Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 31st and last day of August 2022. We'll begin with the flag salute, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, Mr. Villalobos. If you will call the roll and make the TV coverage announcement.
Happy to. Thank you. Good morning to the commissioners and everyone else. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB-TV Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Samaria, and Orca areas. Rebroadcasts of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSB-TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. And moving on to the roll call. Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Park.
Here.
Commissioner Farini.
Here.
Chair Cooney.
Here.
And Commissioner Martinez will be joining us in just a little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Mr. Wilson is with us. It probably justifies a welcome speech, but I'm just going to defer that. Glad to see you. Mr. Wilson, would you give us the agenda status report, and then you can move right on to the projection report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. We're readjusting to audiovisual. Thank you for trailing the welcome speech to another hearing. I'll move to the agenda status report. We have one item on the standard agenda, which is the appeal of Ceres Farm cannabis cultivation, and staff and applicants are here and ready to present on that item, as well as the appellants. And I can move into the projection report, Mr. Chair, looking at our next hearing, which is on September 7th. There are two items projected for that. The appeal of Crown Castle and an appeal of the Roots Cannabis Storefront Retail. And that is going to be a Santa Barbara hearing location in this hearing room. And staff is projecting that both of those projects will be heard on that day. Moving to the next hearing date is September 14th. Currently, there is one item on that agenda, which is a Santa Maria hearing item in the Santa Maria hearing room. Moving down to September 28th, we have three items currently projected for that. The Buell Flat Rock Company, we have received our comments back from the Department of Conservation, and we are returning back for final action on that project on September 28th. And then also on that day is a continuance of the, maybe that is not a continuance, that's appeal of the detached garage. No, that is a continuance on Jason Way and Solvang area. So both those items will be first on the agenda, and then moving down, we have the appeal of Old College Ranch cannabis cultivation on that day as well. And that is a Santa Barbara hearing location in this hearing room. October 5th, we have one item, which is appeal of 3450 Via Real cannabis cultivation, and that's a Santa Barbara hearing location. Only one item on that agenda is October 12th. We have no items projected at this date, and then moving further down to October 26th, we have the Key Site 17 Senior Housing Project projected on October 26th. And that is a Santa Maria hearing location. And then November 2nd, we have two items projected. We have the Highway 101 Widening project, which is segment 4D. And that was before the Montecito Planning Commission with recommendations, as it's a portion that is through the Montecito community. And we'll be presenting that on November 2nd, as well as on November 2nd, we have an appeal of a garage conversion. And then we have nothing projected for November 9th, which is, and then moving further down, we're at the end of the year now. Nothing projected for December 7th, and then December 14th, we've also reserved time to return with the Highway 101 widening project if necessary from the earlier meeting. So that concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Commissioner Park.
I have a request I want to make, and it relates to the October 26th meeting. And to be fair, I called Mr. Wilson ahead of time, so he'd have a heads up that I was going to bring this up. That date is the date of the Santa Barbara Housing Conference. It's put on by the Coastal Housing Coalition, and it runs from about 8 or 9 in the morning to 3 o'clock. And I'd really like to go to that. I think it would. We've got a lot of staff that would like to go to that. Housing is, believe it or not, going to replace cannabis someday, probably next year. It's really the big issue we have to pay attention to in this county. And we need to know as much about it as possible. So what I'd like to do is continue that matter, cancel that hearing, so that those of us who want to go to that, which is probably a lot of us, could go to that conference. I understand that Key Site 17 item is one where the staff person that's handling it is available November 2, the very next week. Is that right, Mr. Wilson?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, that is correct. November 2nd, the staff planner is available, but November 9th, that staff planner is not available.
Yeah, and I don't know which is more important to you or the public, to have the staff planner but have it be in Santa Barbara, or to be in Santa Maria and not have the staff planner. We can't really judge projects ahead of time. I would say, from my keeping my ear open, this is not an unpopular project. Let's put it that way. It's a popular project. There's always going to be opposition to every project, otherwise we wouldn't be here. But I think it's not at a high level in terms of turnout of people that want to have a long hearing about this project. So I think we could probably fit it in on the 2nd or the 9th and not impede the project, because it's a project that's popular up there and people want to get it done. So that's what I know about it, and I don't know the exact process for making the motion that needs to be made. Maybe Mr. Pettit can jump in and say, what is Park doing now, and how to do it. But that's what I would like to accomplish.
Mr. Wilson?
So Chair Cooney and Commissioner Park, just to provide some options, it would be before the commission now is really, this is agenda management, so it's really about canceling the hearing. And then once the hearing's canceled, if that's the decision, then staff would have to reschedule that item. So there's no noticing went out on it, so we're looking so far in advance. It's really agenda management, and staff would have to just put it back on the agenda. My recommendation, just looking at options for the commission as you consider this action, is preference would be to have the staff planner available. They have the knowledge and the background. So to have the hearing without the staff planner could not be productive, probably, because they could probably answer the questions. November 2nd, just looking at the projection report, we do have that Highway 101 widening project, which is controversial. There will be a lot of comments on that project, so that's a heavy project. Key Site 17, I think there's some concerned neighbors in the area, but as of yet, it's not as the same level of controversy as the Highway 101. On agenda management purposes, we could move the appeal of the garage conversion so that you'd have both of those items. I would recommend, if we did that on the 2nd, that we would do the Key Site 17 first. And then if we don't finish Highway 101, we would bump it to the following hearing on November 9th. As far as the location, going back to in-person, it's just making things a little bit more awkward because now we're in person. However, our hearings are hybrid, so they would operate the same as if we were totally remote. The public could participate remotely, and be able to provide testimony and engage in the hearing through the Zoom link. So that's an option. The other option is if we wanted to leave it on the 26th, we could start our hearing later in the day, but I don't know, if the conference goes till later in the day, it might not work to do that.
My recollection, it goes to 3.
So those are the option. There's other options. To have the staff planner moving further, it would end up moving it all the way to December if we don't do the November 2nd. There's only 2 hearings in November because of the holidays. So otherwise, we end up back in all the way into December on that project, which both Highway 101 and Key Site 17, there may be some financial implications to try to get those done by the end of the year. So that's the information I have for you, Commission, as you debate this discussion.
Personally, I'd like to do it as quickly as possible because I think there's a great deal of interest in the 4th District about this project and in the 4th District office to just keep it moving. You know, I'm 3rd District, but I spent a lot of time there in the 4th District. I teach a cooking class in the parking lot that looks over this place, and so I hear a lot about it, and we want to keep it moving.
Mr. Wilson, I think our action today would be to cancel the hearing if the commission's inclined to do that, and leave to staff the possibilities which would take into account, I think, having the hearing available to the North County for the housing matter and the senior housing, and certainly keep the Highway 101 widening here in Santa Barbara. But if we vote in favor of Commissioner Park's request to cancel that hearing, I think that's as far as we should go today. Unless you feel there's a hard answer that we could come to pretty quickly.
Chair Kinney, that is correct. The action for the commission would be to cancel that hearing, and then staff through me would work on agenda management as far as shuffling all the hearings back. I think we've heard the commission's wants as far as how that would end up, and we could work with the applicants and staff to make those. So yeah, the action would be just to cancel the hearing.
And I would say that we have a precedent of special hearing on occasion when we couldn't work it in. So if we needed to add a day other than a Wednesday in November, that's a possibility that might work better for staff. Okay, so Commissioner Park.
Chair Cooney,
Oh,
little
didn't see
comment.
it. Yeah, there you are.
Yeah, so I think it's important that we do try to get this moved to the 2nd and see if you can accommodate that. It's not a deal killer, but it is better to keep that moving. We also have the supervisor's office at the Government Center in Santa Maria where all public can go to appear and testify and make their thoughts known. So I support canceling the October 26th meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Farini. Are we ready to move ahead,
Yes,
or is there more
yes,
discussion? Commissioner Park?
I haven't heard from others, but I'll go ahead and make the motion. Move that we cancel the hearing of October 22nd.
A second.
26th?
Sorry, 26. It's 2022. I'm kind of drugged up from my surgery.
October
Sorry.
26th is the day I think you're aiming at, right?
Yeah, good.
Okay. The
Okay,
the motion is to cancel the
Second.
hearing of October 26th. Is there a second?
Yes.
Commissioner Farini seconds. Any further discussion?
I'll make a running vote.
Do you have something to say?
Yeah, I've actually attended this conference several times. I'm wondering if it's actually available on video or some other way to get the information. I'm actually not going to support the motion because I'd rather stick to the agendas, and I like keeping the cases where they are. Like having that case in Santa Barbara seems awkward to me, just like I pushed for that with the Santa Claus Lane being in the South County hearing, so to speak. So I'm not going to support the motion, but I'm okay with everything you guys have said, and all attendance is needed.
Okay.
So that's a no.
Any further comments before we call for the vote? Mr. Villalobos, if you will.
So I think since we're all in person, I can do roll call if you want me to, but I don't know if it's required.
Oh,
I'm happy to do so if you'd like me to.
you're right, we wouldn't normally, but I would prefer to do it until we get good and warm.
Okay, great. Very good. Commissioner Bradley,
No?
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-1.
Okay, thank you. Let's turn to public comment. We actually have some members of the public in the audience, and some may have indicated to Mr. Villalobos that they would like to speak. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters of interest to the Planning Commission, which are not on today's agenda. Are there any public commenters in the audience? Not seeing any. I think everybody's here for specific items. Mr. Villalobos, do you have any indication that there are others that would like to speak?
No, I did not receive any requests to speak for any of our virtual attendees, but again, if you'd like to, just raise your hand and I'll call on you. I don't see any hands.
Okay. So we'll close the public comment for today and move to Planning Commissioner informational reports. Are there any of those? Not seeing any. We'll go to the minutes. We have two sets of minutes to review today. The first is the 3rd of August, and the second is the 10th of August. First, with regard to the 3rd, are there any comments, questions, changes? Commissioner Farini.
Move to approve.
Commissioner Farini moves to approve the minutes of the 3rd of August.
Second?
We have a second from Commissioner Bradley. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion is unanimous for the 4 of us here. How about the meeting of August 10? Commissioner Bradley, you read these very carefully. Any changes?
Thank you. I did not find a reason for a colon. Oh, wait, I did. I'm so sorry. I didn't read my own writing. Okay, on page 3, this is so unnecessary. I think there's an extra comma after P&D staff, the 3rd line down on the 2nd paragraph. But substantively, they are great.
The applicant shall provide county P&D staff, comma, a well meter log.
You don't need the comma there.
And you're taking a comma out there.
It's terrible. I'm
All
sorry
right.
to even take the minutes to say it, but I was.
You've got to
I'm
pay
not.
more attention, Mr. Villalobos, obviously. These are slipping
Hey,
through.
you got the first ones down with 0.
All right.
Anyway, with that correction, I'd move for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Briley. Second by Commissioner Park.
This comma thing's kind of over my head, but I'm going to second the motion anyway.
Good. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the August 3rd, August 10th meeting minutes, subject to typographical adjustments. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Don't see any, okay. That's a 4-0 vote as well. And it brings us in the agenda to the director's report. And Mr. Wilson advises that our director, Ms. Plowman, is available.
Good morning,
Hi.
Mr. Chair. I am sorry I'm not in the hearing
You have
room
to
with you,
turn
but
your
I have,
microphone on or we can't hear you.
oh, it's on. Shoot. Can you hear me?
Not getting you.
Just a minute.
We'll hold on a second. We'll work on it, Elisa, from this end.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Jeff, can you hear me?
Okay. All right, we're having a little bit of difficulty getting Ms. Plowman to be heard in the hearing room, so we were going to take a break in any event to, before we move to item 1, to allow Commissioner Martinez to join us. So let's take 10 minutes and come back at 25 to the hour. We'll have everything working for sure. Thank you. Okay, we're back on the record. This is the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 31st of August. And we had a break just before our director, Ms. Plowman, was going to give us a report. And I hope she's in touch. I see her on the screen.
Can you hear me?
We can. Fantastic.
Yay! Okay, excellent, excellent. My apologies for not being there today. I just got a little bit of a cold, so I didn't want to spread it around. But I will be there next time. I don't have a terribly long report today. We just had a couple of items that were acted upon by the board since we last met. One was the cannabis ordinance amendment. They approved that in August, or I guess it's still August actually, isn't it? August 16th, they approved that, which finalized the conditional use permits for new cannabis projects. They did make an amendment, well, not an amendment, they decided to ensure that growers could proceed with processing. And so in situations where you have an existing grower that received a land use permit, they would be able to process with a land use permit. If they had an existing CUP, they could revise their CUP to process. And then any new grows with processing would be a CUP. So that was one of the changes they made the last minute in May, or asked us to make. So that program is going into effect because they wanted to ensure that some of the applicants that had been in the process for a very long time could get through the process, particularly those that had already been to the Planning Commission. And so that program is effective on January 31st. So they delayed it to allow some of those projects to make sure they got through the process. And then yesterday, previous to that, the board heard the house cell map, and that was going to be pulled from the board agenda last week, but the board ended up continuing it to September 20th to see if some of the issues around water service could be resolved. So we will be going back to the board on 9/20. And then in terms of other future board items, the Valley Crest appeal will be heard on October 4th at the board, and the Nahui Farms appeal will be heard on the 1st of November. So there are a limited number of board hearings in November and December, and so we will be trying to move as many things as we can through the board before the end of the year. And I just wanted to let the Planning Commission know there's a lot of improvements going on in our building right now. We're getting new carpet, new paint on all the floors. And so you might have noticed that we don't have a lot of people in the office, but that has to do with some of it's telecommuting, but also some of it is the improvements that we're seeing done in the office. But certainly you can reach out to staff if you have any questions, and they will get back to you quickly. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Question from Commissioner Freeney.
I see Commissioner Farini hand up. Yes.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. On the Halsell project, if I recall, that's 5 one-acre home sites in the middle of Orchid. What's the water issue?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Farini, it's my understanding that they had a can and will serve letter that they let expire. And so now they are unable to produce a guarantee of water service. And so they're trying to work that out. I know that the District 4 has been trying to help them resolve their issue. I think that Mr. Seawards may have more detail on it if he wants to add anything to what I've shared.
Mr. Seward, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. Director Plowman is correct. They had a can and will serve letter. It expired. They're also having to provide supplemental water. The rates went up since the last time that they had the agreement. And so there's been a lot of back and forth on on those issues. And so they do not have proof of water at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seward. Any other questions for for Director Plowman? Glad to hear that the board was able to get to and act on the permitting issue for cannabis projects, and I'm sure we'll hear more about that as time goes on. Okay, Ms. Plowman, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks. Okay, that concludes the administrative agenda for today. So we can move to item 1 on our regular agenda. Mr. Villalobos, if you'll read the matter into the record.
Thank you. The following is a hearing on the request of Mimi Maraker, Charlotte Brownlee, and Danielle Dahl Army, and William Hahn, MD, appellants to consider case numbers 21 APL 64, 65, 66, and 67. Appeal with the director's approval of case number 19 CDP 15.
Are there ex parte disclosures by members of the commission? Commissioner Bridley?
Yes, I actually just spoke yesterday with Gilroy Macon, the agent for the case, and then back on April 22nd, I also had a site visit to the property. During both conversations, the site visit was more about walking the property and talking about the OAP proposed in the case. And then yesterday, we discussed some issues about, and details of the traffic management plan. That's the substance of it.
Commissioner Farini doesn't have any. Commissioner Park?
Well, nothing recent, but I know when we considered the adjoining project in July, was it? That prior to that, I had a site visit and looked at both sites with kind of the same applicant team, so I should report that.
Commissioner Martinez?
Yes, good morning, everyone. And I did have a site visit, and I'm at the site on the Casitas Pass Road, and I met with the applicant in particular. I met with Kees van Wiegenen, Ms. Macon, and Mr. Strauss, and discussed basically the entirety of this appeal, and was able to see the whole site.
Thank you. Commissioner Martinez, I have a few contacts to mention. The first in order was on the 11th of August when I had a conference call with Charlotte Brownlee, representing Kate School, and their counsel, Nicholas Targ. I had a subsequent brief telephone conversation with Ms. Brownlee, more about logistics of the hearing on the 24th of August. On the 25th of August, I had a meeting in my office with representatives of the applicant, Alex and Kees van Wingerden. Very nicely came to my office, and we discussed the project for about an hour. In connection with the ex parte, I do want to disclose, because it's a matter of importance to me to indicate that, like many of the projects in the first district, I know parties on both sides of issues, and often have long relationships with individuals. I've taken the position that unless there was a financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding, that the state statutes and regulations of the Fair Practices Commission are not implicated. But nonetheless, there is the appearance of propriety, and it's very important to me. It's very important to all of the commissioners. And I've thought a great deal about this hearing and I'll tell you why. When I was practicing law with my law firm, which happened over 20-plus years, I had members of the Van Wingerden family as clients, and developed personal relationships growing out of those contacts in which I was representing them as counsel. One of those was Case Van Wingerden, who is an applicant today. There's no financial connection whatever with the Van Wingerden family at this point. I'm not representing any of them, and the outcome of this hearing would not be implicated by my historic relationship because I feel I can be objective about this hearing, and I do intend to go forward and participate. When we have a 5-member commission, it's a serious matter to recuse, and it should only be done where it's necessary and appropriate. In that connection, I want to disclose that Mr. Tim Bliss was originally an appellant in this matter. He was one of several appellants. He terminated, as everyone received notice, he terminated his participation in this matter. Without it, I believe there could have been argued to be a financial interest, as he and I have been partners in the same investment firm over a period of years. We still are, but he is not a party to this proceeding. So it falls into the category of close friends. And as I said at the outset, that's a factor, but in this case, I don't believe it's required that I not participate. So it's my intention in this hearing to participate as I have in matters raised throughout the county, and particular in the 1st District, despite the fact that I hear often from people before and after matters regarding their opinions. So with that, I think we're ready to go. Any questions before we start? Commissioner Park?
I'd just like to make a comment that I very much appreciate your disclosure there. I think it's the right thing to make that disclosure on the record. An oddity that I've learned is that our state bar rules, that so many of us here at the table are so familiar with, are in some places more restrictive, but in many places less restrictive than the Fair Political Practices Commission regulations. And those are what apply here, the FPPC rules. I think that in my earliest part of my career, such as short as it is on the Planning Commission, I was perhaps a little too fast to recuse myself until I realized, you know, each one of us represents about 85,000 people in a district. And if you recuse yourself just because something seems inconvenient or not quite right, you're leaving that 85,000 people without any representation on the commission, although all of us commissioners pay attention to everything in the county. So I think it's something that one has to think about carefully, and I'm glad that you did, Commissioner Cooney, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Okay, I think we're ready for the staff report. Mr. Singer is out there someplace.
Good morning, Chair Cooney. I am indeed.
Hi, Mr. Singer. Good to see your face on the screen.
I will go ahead and begin once I see the presentation up. Perfect. it seems like there's some difficulties getting the presentation to show in full screen, so I will wait just a minute until that is ready.
Oh, Mr. Singer, we can see it here on the screen, and the commissioners all have copies of the presentation, so if you can see it just by reading it off your copy of the presentation, I think we can go forward.
Chair Cooney, that works for me. I'm happy to do that. However works. I see it up, but it's just not full screen, but I certainly don't need it to be full screen to begin.
Yeah, just start.
Perfect, will do. So thank you and good morning, Chair Cooney and members of the commission. I'm presenting today the cases 21 APL 64, 66, and 67. The appeals by Mimi Maricher, the Kate School and Rose Story Farm of the Serious Farms Cannabis Cultivation Project. As Chair Cooney mentioned, the appeal, case number 21 APL 65 by Tim Bliss, was withdrawn last week per the memo distributed. Next slide, please. The site location is shown here. Project site is located off of Casitas Pass Road or Highway 192, northeast of the city of Carpinteria, which is shown in pink. There's also shown here Highway 101 and the Monte Vista existing developed rural neighborhood, which is the closest DDRN to the property. The area in blue are the properties owned by the Kate School, which are over 1,500 feet away, and the parcel with the school itself is approximately 2,500 feet away. The nearest residential area to the project site is the city of Carpinteria, which is over 3,400 feet away. Next slide, please. This is a closer view of the 16.77 acre parcel in red, along with Casitas Pass Road. Next slide, please. The proposed project is to allow approximately 9.5 acres of cannabis cultivation within 3 existing greenhouses and an existing processing building. The cultivation consists of 7.86 acres of mature plant cultivation, 1.43 acres of nursery cultivation, and 0.21 acres, or just over 9,000 square feet, of processing, which includes drying, trimming, packaging, and storage. The proposed project also includes the removal of 5 unpermitted structures, which are a mobile home, an addition to the pump house they have, a cooler structure, and 2 smaller accessory structures. The operation will have up to 66 full-time employees. The proposed project does not include any new development or redevelopment of the greenhouses or the processing building. Next slide, please. The site plan is shown here. The existing greenhouses, the processing building, the pump house, and the boiler house are all shown in green, and all of these are permitted buildings. In yellow is a single-family dwelling, which is existing and permitted, and it is not included in the cannabis project. And then in red are the mobile home, the addition to the pump house, the cooler structure, and accessory structures, which are all being removed. Casitas Pass Road is shown on the right-hand side of the plan, which is also the southern side of the property. Next slide, please. The appellant raised 5 appeal issues, one of which has 4 parts. And as we get into this, the project and the appeal are both pretty similar to the 5980 Casitas Pass project, which was heard in July. So it can be confusing at times, but I'm happy to clarify the differences at any time if the commission would like. For the first appeal issue, the appellant contends that the applicant made unauthorized changes to the property, including a perimeter road and expanding the parking area, and did not submit accurate information to planning development in their application. In response, staff finds that all of the information submitted is accurate. The perimeter road and expanding parking area do not require a permit, and those are shown on the plans. The proposed project will include the removal of the 5 unpermitted structures, and a permit to validate or remove or demolish unpermitted structures can be combined with a permit for new uses or new development, so there's no need for multiple permits in this case. Next slide, please. The second appeal issue includes 4 parts, which are summarized here. Broadly, the appeal issue contends that the odor abatement plan is inadequate and non-compliant with the standards and requirements. These claims include that it is unreliable, It does not correctly identify or incorporate the best available control technology. It will not effectively control odors, and it does not have adequate community notification and engagement or odor response methods. Staff thoroughly reviewed the OAP, and it is consistent with all the standards and requirements. The OAP is prepared and certified by a professional engineer and certified industrial hygienist, and it includes backed analysis that discusses what technology is being used, as well as the other potential technologies and the issues associated with them. The OAP also includes community engagement and notification consistent with the requirements of Article 2, and has additional odor response protocols beyond what is required by the county. Next slide, please. In the third appeal issue, the appellant states that there was no health risk assessment of the vapor phase system and that site features create unnecessary safety risks. After a thorough review, staff has found the proposed project does not create health or safety risks, and the appellants did not clarify what site features they were specifically referring to. The Santa Barbara County Air Pollution Control District also reviewed the vapor phase formula and confirmed that none of the ingredients are toxic air contaminants. Other employee safety guidelines are implemented and enforced by Cal OSHA and are not within the purview of the county. Next slide, please. Appeal issue 4 is the contention that there isn't adequate information to make the required findings and that the proposed project does not conform to required policies and standards. And the appellant specifically cited Coastal Land Use Policy 8-5. All findings for a coastal development permit can be made as described in the findings attachment A to the staff report. The proposed project is also consistent with all policies and standards, which are discussed in depth in the staff report. And the Coastal Land Use Plan Policy 8-5 only applies to new greenhouses or additions to greenhouses, which this project does not include either of those. Next slide, please. The final appeal issue is that the project description is too general and does not address traffic and circulation or the adequacy of the septic system on site. Staff's response is that the project description and project plans include all information needed to analyze and approve the proposed project. The site transportation demand management plan includes trip reduction measures and discusses traffic and circulation. And County Environmental Health Services reviewed the septic system and confirmed that it is adequate for the number of employees that the operation will have. Next slide, please. In summary, the proposed project is consistent with all applicable county policies and standards, including the Cannabis Ordinance, the Carpinteria Agricultural Overlay District, the Coastal Land Use Plan, and all elements of the comprehensive plan, including the land use element and the agricultural element. Next slide, please. And staff recommends that your commission take the following actions and first acknowledge that appeal 21 APL 65 has been withdrawn and there's no action needed on that appeal and that case number. And then to deny the appeals, case numbers 21 APL 64, 21 APL 66, and 21 APL 67 to make the required findings for approval of the proposed project as specified in attachment A to the staff report, including environmental findings, to determine that the previously certified programmatic environmental impact report is adequate and no subsequent environmental review is required, and to grant de novo approval of the proposed project, case number 19 CDP 15, subject to the conditions included in attachment B to the staff report. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions that the commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singer. Questions of Mr. Singer, Commissioner Park.
Mr. Singer, the 5 unpermitted buildings that are being removed, could you briefly describe them?
Commissioner Park, through the chair. Yes, the site, and I'm not sure if you'd like to bring up the slide for that PowerPoint, but I will describe them. It's the site plan sheet of the PowerPoint, and there are a mobile home, which is the rectangular red area near the north arrow. There is an addition to the pump house, which is directly next to the kind of middle between the greenhouse and the processing on the left area. Just north of the processing building is a cooler structure, as well as a small accessory structure kind of attached to that. And then just north of, or just above the greenhouse on the right is another accessory structure, like a shed or a storage structure, and these are all being removed.
The mobile homes, have any been used for housing in recent years? Employee housing?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I would defer that question to the applicants. Since it's being removed, I have not discussed with them what it has been used for recently.
Yeah. And it's just a general course of action. If one is applying for a permit like this, all the permits that are included in the package like this, they literally have to bring everything up to code and get it permitted on the property. Isn't that correct?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, that is correct. The entire site has to be consistent with the code for a project to be approved.
And sometimes that means that on some of these cannabis projects, we actually lose housing for employees instead of gain it, don't we? Okay. You can tell what my rant's going to be about later.
Any other questions of Mr. Singer at this point? We'll have another opportunity, of course, following the presentations. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Singer. Next, we'll start with the parties. I was handed a time allocation guide that is being used by the Board of Supervisors, for example, and has suggested that we use it as well. So I'm going to begin by asking the appellants what they estimate for their presentation and how much they would like to save for rebuttal subsequently. Who is representing the appellants here today? Mr. Targ?
This is Nicholas Targ representing the appellants. Thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity to present. I would anticipate that we would take not more than 25 minutes going through, including testimony offered by the appellants themselves, and also approximately 10 to 12 minutes by my partner, Jessica Laughlin, who will review the argument. I may join, time permitting, addressing any closing comments we may have, if that would be acceptable. I'd like to reserve an additional 5 minutes.
Okay, so you're talking about for the main presentation, 35 to 37 minutes and 5 minutes approximately for rebuttal. Is that correct?
Chair Kumi, I believe we'd be able to do this within 30 minutes. So I would be happy to specify that.
All right, let's shoot for 30 minutes. I think that's a good amount of time. If it turns out it's a difficulty, we'll certainly consider an extension, Mr. Targ.
I very much appreciate that. I think that it's been said that many of the issues that have been or that will arise here have already been heard and considered in large measure in the previous matter by the sister facility.
Okay, thank you very much. Hold on just a second. We'll get back to you. I want to ask the same question of the applicants. Ms. Macon?
Hi, Chair Cooney.
Good morning.
Morning. That's fine. We'll take the same amount of time.
Okay, so I'm going to put down 30 minutes, and if we need a little more on rebuttal, we can add that.
Okay. I don't think we'd need it, but we'll take it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Targ, the floor is yours.
Sir, thank you very much. Chair Kumi, planning commissioners, staff, we very much appreciate the opportunity to present our appeal of the subject Ceres Farm facility. Our appellants today include both individuals, property owners, and the longtime institution, the Kate School. Specifically, Ms. Morisher and Dr. Brown, Ms. Hahn and Dr. Hahn, and representing Kate School is Assistant Head of School, Charlotte Brownlee. We also appreciate that there have been modifications to the proposal, including in the OAP and the work that staff has conducted, both in facilitating our presentation and the appeal here today, and in working with Ceres Farms to address issues within the OAP, including with respect to response to complaints, the issue pertaining to the septic tank, and also issues pertaining to traffic, which we understand have been addressed. Today, we respectfully ask that the Planning Commission include regenerative carbon scrubbers technology in the Ceres Farm odor abatement plan. These are to address the current and the future severe and pervasive odors experienced by the appellants and by others in the east end of the Valley. These odors have created issues and interference with the business, with quality of life, with wellness, and with the operation of the efficient operation of Kate School, and frankly also with the social dynamics that exist within the East End, as I believe you will hear and you're undoubtedly aware. The carbon scrubber technology has been adopted or required in at least seven existing odor abatement plans. There are 3 regenerative carbon scrubbers in place and in operation. Now we know of no issue associated with them. We also recognize, at least as stated in the Santa Barbara Independent, the observation by the planning director, and recognizing that it's a newspaper article. So I recognize the secondhand nature of the statement that regenerative carbon scrubbers are now industry standard. In a pending OAP, there was a statement identifying that regenerative carbon scrubbers are indeed the best industry practice to mitigate odors. In our presentation, I would offer first that we will have the appellants offer direct testimony, and then my partner, Ms. Laughlin, will present at the issue. The sole issue that we're addressing, or the primary issue that we're addressing, is that of odors. Issues of traffic and safety may also be addressed. And then I may rejoin at the conclusion.
Hold on just a second, Mr. Targ, we lost you there audibly. Could you try and speak now and see if we can hear you?
Yes, Chair. I'm uncertain exactly where we broke, but I would say that we'll have testimony offered
Mr.
by.
Target, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
We can't hear you, so we're pausing for just a moment.
Mr. Tar, could you attempt saying something again?
This is Nicholas Targ, testing.
Okay, we still can't hear you, unfortunately.
With the commission's indulgence and the parties, let's take a 5-minute break and see if we can work this out. So it is now 10:14, 10:19. We'll see if we can get it going again. We are back on the record. The Santa Barbara Planning Commission, Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 31st of August, and we were in the middle of a presentation by the appellants. And so, Mr. Targ, if we can get you back, you still have 30 seconds left after the break.
Thank you very much. I recognize the challenges that can occur with hybrid hearings and meetings such as this one. So I appreciate the work of the commission and staff to bring us back as quickly as we did. And I would ask that our time be reset. Having said that, I was proposing at this point to have the appellants provide some testimony describing their experiences, the nature of their personal experiences, the effect on their businesses, the distances that they are from the subject facility in their presentation. If it's acceptable, I would propose that we begin with Ms. Morricher, if that's.
She's approaching the podium. It's fine.
I believe she's also prepared a letter.
We're actually, if it's okay with everyone, Dr. Hahn has to leave for surgery, so we were going to have him go first, if that's okay.
Sure. Dr. Hahn, welcome.
Thank you. See if I can do this real mask. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. William Hahn. I've been here as a practicing physician in Santa Barbara for the last many years. I came here in 1977. But I was born and raised actually on a farm in central Washington. And I grew up there my entire life and did a lot of farming as a young man. But moved to Santa Barbara, as I mentioned, in '77. At that time, I was a physician, and I've continued to practice here as an internal medicine doctor and gastroenterologist since that time. Initially, my wife and I lived in Montecito and enjoyed that, of course, very much. But I always wanted to get back to a farming situation, sort of had that in the back of my head, and used to take trips out to Carpinteria and thought it was just a little piece of heaven. Really thought that someday it would be a wonderful place to settle and raise kids. And so ultimately, 1990, we moved to where we currently are. And we're at 5950 Casitas Pass. Now, although it wasn't shown on the maps, we are immediately to the north of the greenhouses, which are being used now for cannabis production. And we adjoin them directly. We have a parcel there of 15 acres. And we have an old Victorian farmhouse and a number of other adjacent buildings. And we have a couple guest houses. And we've developed over the years, in an attempt to make that a real working farm, we've developed a rose facility. That came about because when we first owned the property, it had avocados and lemons, both of which were on their last legs. And so we came up with a strategy to try to make the farm self-sustaining, and that involved really taking out about 5 acres of lemons and ultimately replanting those in roses. That happened to be an interest of both my wife and I. And we started with 1,000 roses, and currently we have about 30,000 roses that are farmed outside. And they are somewhat unique in that they focus on being fragrant roses as opposed to the type of roses that you can usually obtain at the garden centers or even at the grocery stores nowadays. And we're sort of unique in that. And just to give you a bit of perspective, we are now the biggest outdoor rose facility in the country. And our rose farm has been featured in over 20 publications over the last 20 years, including all the standard ones, you know, Martha Stewart and Oprah and Home Beautiful and Better Homes and Gardens, and even had a piece in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago on this rose farm and what it meant and how we developed it and how it was a financially viable way to sustain agriculture in a relatively tough agricultural market, and also the fact that it was a home business and a family business, which it both was. So I would also mention, because I know she will not, the fact that during this time my wife has gained actually an international reputation as a rose producer, and has been acknowledged and given an award called the Great Rosarian of the World Award, which has only been given to about 22 people in the last 100 years. And she was given that international award about 6 years ago. And that had to do with not only production, but also education, because we, as part of our projects, would have school kids from CARP come out and tour the farm, and we also had a regular program of touring the farm, rose enthusiasts and garden enthusiasts. So I just wanted to bring all that to your attention, because it's something that we've put a lot of time and energy in, and it's actually had a real impact across a wide spectrum of people. Now, excuse me, you know, I said I grew up on a farm, and I'm pretty focused on people having the rights and individuals and being responsible for their own stuff. And so we objected many years ago when the greenhouses were being constructed in our area. We felt that that was not an appropriate use of the farmland. We much preferred it to be farmed, because crops had to come out of production to be used to build greenhouses. But that happened, and there were certain requirements that should be used to mitigate those things forward, and we were occasionally frustrated that some of those requirements were not kept up. But we tried to be good neighbors in our area, and it wasn't until the last 4 or 5 years, with the input and the increase in cannabis production locally, that we began to become increasingly concerned. And so, as everyone who lives in that part of the Carpinteria Valley has experienced, we've been bothered by the odors, which to me are a nuisance, but to other people represent a real health issue. And now in the last 2 years, the familiar cannabis odor has been at sometimes overlaid with these vapor programs, which have created their own problems. And I would speak, as a physician, I would speak to the problems that we've had in our farm, in our home. My wife, who will speak later today, has had for the last several years increasing respiratory problems, which have been extensively evaluated by a number of local physicians. And she has daily coughs and daily wheezes and daily respiratory problems. And the summation is that it's due predominantly to not so much the cannabis itself, which was a nuisance to her, but I think to the vapor inhalations that we have on a fairly regular basis. And she can speak more directly to her symptoms, but they're daily, they're at times enough that she cannot function, that she can't do her job, that she has to actually leave the property. We have other people living there. We just received a resignation letter from our head of rose sales that have been with us for 8 years, and she's quitting because she can't stand the respiratory problems that she's encountering and the smells that she's encountering on a regular basis. One of the things that we did at the farm to try to keep it self-sustaining is we remodeled and refurbished the old farmhouse that's there. It was built in 1900. It's a big old massive thing. It's about 10,000 square feet. But we used it as our home for years, and then as our children grew up, we decided it was too big for us, but we could hopefully use it as a place to host seminars and other things that would help us run the farm, which we did for a number of years. But more recently, we've actually rented it intermittently. And our experience has been that in the last 3 years, we have had major problems maintaining renters there. We had English couple that rented it on a long-term basis, and they were going to pay, I don't remember exactly, but it was a sizable amount of money, $20,000 or $25,000 a month. They were well-to-do financially, and they had a new infant, and they came up from Los Angeles. And after they were there for 5 months, in early 21, January 21, they announced that they were breaking the lease due to the health problems that their now 7-month-old child was having relative to cannabis concerns or odors. And there were concerns about that. I think the child was fine, but they were being bothered by the odors, and they felt that there was no way and no situation in which they would want to bring up their baby. So that we said, fine, we get it. But again, when you walk away from an influx of $20,000 or $30,000 a month, it had a major impact on us. And then later, that same year, 21, we had a team of dermatologists, a husband and wife dermatologists, had 4 children, came out to the farm. They were going to spend the summer there before they returned to Texas. They fell in love with the farm. They thought it was wonderful. They envisioned raising their kids there. They actually enrolled them in Crane School, their 2 youngest. And then in the later part of the summer, that same summer, their 4-year-old daughter began to have intermittent problems with nausea and vomiting. And they had that extensively evaluated by their local pediatricians. And they concluded that, again, it was due to the influx of not so much the cannabis, but again, the fogging agents that were being used. And so they too walked away from a long-term lease of $30,000 a month and said, we simply cannot raise our children here. So again, big impact on us, big impact on our life and our farm and our ability to do this. So I'll let the rest of the people speak to their experiences. I am, as I say, frustrated by the fact that I think there are ways to mitigate these things. I mean, we respect the right of people to use their farms and to use their land in a way that is commensurate with what they envision. But I do think there should be incumbent upon them the responsibility to mitigate everything else that can come to their neighbors, and in our case, us. So I respectfully ask that that be taken into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hahn.
If I could ask 2 things. one, if Ms. Hahn, if you could join, and 2, if we could also place the PowerPoint up, I believe, for about perhaps 3 or 4 slides in with Ms. Hahn.
And Mr. Targ, you're keeping track of the overall time?
Thank you.
If it's okay, we're actually going to have Mimi Moraker go next because she too has another appointment.
Okay.
Sure. We're glad to hear from you, Ms. Moraker.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not very good at this public speaking thing. I'm living on my family's ranch at 6200 Casitas Pass Road in Carpinteria that my parents bought in 1951. I have 46 acres and 42 of them are planted in avocados. The other 4 acres are dedicated to housing. There are 3 houses on this property and 2 of them are rented. My tenants have commented on the odor of pot and how awful it is. And this morning, when I walked out my door, it smelled like pot, just so you know.
If you could just keep your voice aimed into that microphone, we can all hear.
Okay.
Thanks.
We all live next door to Case Van Wingerden's greenhouses filled with marijuana plants. Sometimes I can smell it quite badly and other times I cannot. I have taken videos of the emitters on the vents at his roofline. These emitters are letting something mask the smell of the marijuana, so I will be tricked into thinking that all is right in Carpinteria. What is being released in the air to cover this odor? How is it affecting my lungs? Is it cancer causing? What is it doing to my avocado trees, which is my financial livelihood, and that of my daughter and her husband and 4 children? The odor is so bad coming up Casitas Pass Road. I no longer ride my bike or walk into town because of the odor. I have gone to the county website and filed complaints. I have enclosed one response I received from planner Kevin De Los Santos. I used to file complaints more often, but I wouldn't get a response, and it takes time that I don't really have to spare. More importantly, it seems like it doesn't matter. The county is going to do whatever they want to do, and the citizens have to buck up and smell this odor every single day. The cannabis business has certainly put Carpinteria on the map. This might be good news for the growers, but not for the rest of us that are growing avocados or lemons. I have heard that the cannabis growers donate lots of money to different local causes. This is also good news for some, but for the rest of us, we get to continue to smell the pot odor. If they can afford to donate all this money to local causes, why can't they afford to install carbon scrubbers? This contribution to the local air and odor would lessen their negative feedback and hopefully their time in court. This is not going away. If one is going to cause problems with the air we breathe, why wouldn't one want to make an effort to keep it clean and clear for all? Please at least have the cannabis growers use carbon scrubbers. The odor is too much. The future is important, and our air is key. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
If I can ask Ms. Brownlee to join. Okay.
Hi. Ms. Hahn, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Danielle Delarmy, and today I am struggling a bit with my voice and my allergies, which have my husband spoke to a bit, but I have been plagued by this and constant headaches for the last several years. The health impacts are critically important to us, and I believe that the FogCo product is really the cause of this. I've been told this. The pulmonologist that I see has said that my symptoms are identical to symptoms that other of his patients have that are directly adjacent to these greenhouses. So it's sort of been confirmed that it is the agent, the masking agent. But another point that I'd like to make is that we've had to change our business model completely. We began growing roses because we enjoyed doing it, and this avocation became a business that was financially viable. We gave tours to the public 2 to 3 times a week. We distilled rose petals and made hydrosols out of the rose petals, and we also sell our cut roses and ship them across the country. Sadly, now we cannot distill the rose petals any longer because of the odor from the marijuana. It affects the quality of the rose petals in the distillation process. So we can't do that anymore. Nor can we have tours. We've had too many complaints about the smell. So we have no longer opened our farm to educational purposes, nor can we have the public out because they complain about the smell. So not only does the FogCo mask the marijuana smell, it also masks the rose smell. We used to smell our roses everywhere, and when we have the FogCo agent, we don't smell the roses. My business now is more off-site. I do a lot of garden design around the country for people that want rose gardens, and that's how I have been able to keep our business alive and going. But it certainly wasn't my first choice to travel to Utah and Arkansas and so on and so forth to put in gardens for people. My first choice was to have our garden be the show place and so on. There has been a huge financial impact to our business, which my husband spoke about. And we realize business, there are ebbs and flows to business, and we're making do by changing our business. But there has been, pardon me, a tremendous financial impact. This past weekend, my youngest son got married at the farm on Saturday. He's an opera singer, and he lives in Houston with his opera singer wife now. We had about 30 house guests staying on the farm this past week, and perhaps you could say they were the canary in the coal mine, because they were all opera singers. And within 2 days, without our saying anything, We had dry, scratchy throats, we had runny noses, we had one gal had an allergy, a complete total asthma attack, and had to visit the local emergency room. So they are perhaps more sensitized to this because of their vocal cords and their relationship to their body. But nonetheless, it was pretty drastic to have all these people with these issues within 2 to 3 days of being on the farm. During the actual reception, 2 people commented to my husband about the pot smell. This is common, whatever. People comment all the time about the pot smell. How can you stand it? That sort of thing. But again, we want to be good neighbors, and we're not complainers. I know one of the things that has come up is the fact that we have not filed a lot of complaints. There hasn't been a week that's gone by since 2017 where we haven't smelled the pot or, experienced the Fogco masking product. However, I'm just not a complainer. I don't want to live my life filing complaints and spending the 10 to 15 minutes it takes to stop and file a complaint. So I just want to say, we want to be good neighbors. We just want our neighbors to do the right thing and put in these, state-of-the-art carbon scrubbers. I believe that will solve the problem. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hey, if I can ask Jessica if you can join and take us through being mindful of our time.
Yes, I can do so. And could I ask to have the presentation pulled up? I don't see it on my screen. And then put on slide number 7, please. Thank you. And being mindful of our time, I apologize if I talk quickly, but I'll go through these pretty quickly. This isn't a new issue for the county, so and this has been discussed before. We know that under California law, BACT is known to be a technology forcing standard. This means that this is not a stagnant technology, and it's designed to compel the development of new technologies to meet public goals. Next slide, please. The requirement here under the coastal zoning ordinance is that the submission of an odor abatement plan that must be certified to be the BACT. Here I listed the county zoning ordinances and the other areas that require the applicant to show that the technology that they're using is the BACT technology. Next slide, please. Here, the applicant has selected to use Fogco technology instead of carbon scrubbers. They do so on the basis that the carbon scrubber technology is, quote, still in its infancy and not yet commercially available. Yet, as you'll see later, this premise is unfounded here. 7 other applicants here have committed to RCSS technology, so the applicant cannot argue that it's commercially unavailable here. The OAP here only makes a nod towards potentially making it available at some point in the future and up to the applicant's discretion. That time is now. The Cannabis Industry Association has stated that carbon filtration is the most, quote, the most commonly used and recommended control technology for reducing odors in cannabis facilities. Next slide, please. Here we see that Fogco technology doesn't actually have a record of success. There have been a number of odor complaints filed with the county for facilities that use Fogco technology, and you've heard lots of testimony about practical testimony about how this is not actually working. Next slide, please. Here's another slide just showing some of the other distinct odor complaints that have been filed with the county. I'll go to the next slide, please. And so what applicants propose here, appellants, propose here is that the applicants use regenerative carbon scrubbing technology. Here we have a picture of what it looks like. This is actually from a previous applicant whose permit was approved with the use of RCSS technology. And as I said earlier, this has been now industry standard is starting to become that this technology is used to control odors and is seen as the best one to be used to control these types of odors.
Next slide, please.
Next slide, please. Here are the applicant's argument that the technology isn't commercially available and is still in its infancy is belied here by the fact that there's 7 other cannabis permits that were approved with the use of the technology. I've listed those here. You can see that the last 2 have been with conditions of approval that have required the applicants to eventually use RCS technology at their facilities.
And may I also add that there are 3 facilities that are currently using regenerative carbon scrubbing. Next slide, please.
Next slide. And importantly here, this is an additional odor abatement plan that proposes to use the carbon scrubbing technology. The application expressly states that carbon scrubbing is considered the quote, the best industry practice to mitigate odors. So this is another reason why the appellant's argument that it's still in its infancy and not commercially available is proven to be false by these other OAPs with certified technicians explaining why RCS is now the best industry practice. Next slide, please. We submit that the permit should be denied. However, should the county approve, we request that you do so with a condition of approval, such as that was done with the international permit approval and the other last approval. That would require the applicant to use carbon scrubbing technology within a set amount of time. The county can impose these requirements by law under the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, Section 35 here.
Next slide.
Thanks, Nicholas. Not only is such an approval inappropriate under the CZO, but it also runs counter to Objective 10 of the county's adopted PEIR, their environmental review, which approved these and evaluated and approved this technology and the cannabis facilities. And here, approval of the permit would contribute to the continued impact to the school kids, residents, agriculture, and other businesses that you've heard here today.
Next slide,
please. So in conclusion, the application should be amended to require RCS technology or to be denied. Kids and neighbors here deserve to be protected as was contemplated in the Coastal Zoning Ordinance and the environmental review documents that evaluated these issues. And I will stop there, and I believe we are right at 30 minutes. Nicholas, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you.
Chair Coney?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We very much appreciate your assistance and the opportunity to present.
Thank you, Mr. Targ, for paying attention under the circumstances. It's a challenge for all of us. Okay, let's move directly then to the applicants. Ms. Macon?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Gallery Macon with Flowers and Associates representing Ceres Farm. A lot of this might be deja vu. I'm trying to include things that are different from the last presentation. Next slide. Project summary, the total parcel size is 16.77 acres, and it's for 9.5 acres of cannabis cultivation, which is 7.86 acres of mixed light and 1.4 acres of nursery. Everything on the project is existing. There's not going to be any new areas for cannabis cultivation or any new processing. Everything will continue on after the action. Next slide. Here today with the property owner and the operators, which includes Headwaters and the property owner, and our Director of Compliance. Next slide. You've seen this a few times, but here are the greenhouses and the processing building in the center of the site. There are 52 parking spaces on site to accommodate the max 66 employees. It also includes bicycle parking, carpooling, and a applicant-driven shuttle service. Next slide. Let's just get right into odor abatement. So odor abatement, Yes, they use the Benzico Scientific Odor Armor. One thing to note, it has 500 parts water to 1 part neutralizing agent. So this is different from the EcoSorb that is with Bayer's. That's 100% neutralizing agent. This is 500 parts water to 1 part neutralizing agent. Very clean, natural vapor phase system, and that's why they chose it specifically. And these are, I think, the only 2 greenhouses that are using it only. I think there's a couple other sites that may have certain sections, but these are the only 2 sites that solely use the FOCO system. And then there's carbon filters, 6 of them within the processing building. And the FOCO system uses smart targeted technology. So it uses a weather station. The nozzles come on and target the weather pattern and wind direction at the time. So they don't just come on during the predominant wind direction, but it checks it in real time and turns on using the greenhouse communication system. So it's a very sort of smart vapor phase system, so they don't put out more than what's necessary. Next slide. So as part of the odor abatement plan, they have agreed to what is required per the code, which you have to have a 24-hour contact, you have to notify P&D, track complaints. But in addition, they had engaged with Coalition and carp growers, and they understand that the community reaching out to the county and having the county act as the compliance check was maybe not the best system. And so that was sort of the objective of this tiered response system, was that they would take the responsibility. They're the ones that are on site and can respond to complaints in real time and can check their systems and have a actual protocol that the operator has to agree to. Next slide. I just want to go through the tiered response system because I know we've talked about it, but I did want to explain it. And I'm not going to go through all the different details of it, but it's there for questions if you want to revisit it. So the level 1 response is someone calls in. Within 1 hour, the person on site has to do a inspection. They have to walk around the site and check and make sure that everything's working. Perhaps some of the nozzles are off, or SOPs aren't being followed, or really a door's open, or something that visually you can see that could have contributed to this odor event. And you address it, and it either gets addressed, or if it doesn't, you go to, next slide, level 2. This is a more diagnostic assessment of the system. You check your filters. Maybe you need new filters in the processing building. Maybe the solution in the odor abatement vapor phase system is out. This is a more comprehensive diagnostic review. You check the weather analysis. Perhaps it's been a couple foggy days. There's like something has contributed to this odor event. And I want to be clear, on any given day, on any sort of standard day, and you've all visited the site on 5 different occasions, it did not smell. I just want it to be known, on any given day, it is not a general problem. It's something happens when an odor event occurs. It is not a pervasive, all the time issue. Anyway, back to level 2. So you do this analysis, and then you report it to P&D. You actually prepare a report. You interview staff. You try to get to the bottom of what is actually happening. You take corrective actions. Hopefully that addresses it. And if it doesn't, next slide. You're here, level 3 response. This is the big one. You hire your industrial hygienist, and he says, guess what? You guys need scrubbers. It's in the OAP. The applicant has agreed to put in scrubbers when it gets to this point. If it gets to the point where your carbon filters or your odor abatement system is not working and everything is going as you've said, your SOPs doesn't cut it, you will put in scrubbers. That is what they've agreed to. And you work with the county, you submit plans, you can revise your SOPs. It's a process that they've agreed to do. This is beyond what the county has asked them to do. And so this is the step. Next slide. They even have a level 4 response that, they're planning on being here for a long time. In 5 years, 10 years, who knows? There may be new technology that comes around. This allows for even further adapting to technology and taking further corrective actions. Perhaps even scrubbers isn't enough and they have to change their system. Maybe they have to cut back on acreage. Who knows? But they're going to hire someone, commission it, and study it, and provide that to the county and continuously evolve their operation in response to issues that come up. Next slide. Did want to bring up that the project, when it originally got approved, did not include all of these additional steps. It was sort of the minimum requirements for an OAP that got approved and got the project approved. Since that approval, it went through this evolution and is a much broader odor abatement plan. So we understand that perhaps when they filed the appeals, they were upset that the OAP was not adequate, but we did attempt to bring it up to the level that we feel is more appropriate. And at that time, the model OAP and the carp growers agreement wasn't exactly complete, and so that's why they did it that way. Next slide. This is a map that shows the distances of the residential zones for the city and the county that are about 3,500 feet, 3,300 feet. Kate School is 2,000 feet to that little kiosk parcel, and then 2,500 feet to like where the school is. And then it's surrounded by ag. Everything around the property is zoned ag. Next slide. Something to note, they bring up these projects that have agreed to regenerative carbon scrubbing technology, and I just wanted to show the distances that those properties are to sensitive receptors and the distance that this farm is to sensitive receptors. They certainly understand that if they were within 60 feet of residences, that they need to do more. They need to just do it right off the bat. But their location is paramount to this discussion. Next slide. Back in 2020, Headwaters hired SCS to do a audit of one of their farms. They have several within Carpinteria, and this was to understand what can they do with their SOPs, because that seemed to be a pretty critical component of mitigating odor. SCS identified potential sources of fugitive odors. One of them was the actual greenhouse and its state of repair or disrepair. Processing areas, making sure that they're sealed, insulated, how you load the products, green waste, like the bins, making sure they're closed, and then transport of the materials themselves using the correct totes, the loading of vehicles. And they had a set of BMP's recommendations of how to address it. And they said you should have a designate someone on the property as your odor management specialist. They walk the site 2 times a day, check everything. You know, don't wait for a complaint. Be more proactive. Be doing this. Create a company culture around odor control. It's really important. And educate your staff. Educate everyone that this is paramount to us being successful as a business in Carpinteria or anywhere. We have to be mindful. Highly important. And then miscellaneous closed doors, self-closing doors, use of heavy-duty plastic curtains, making sure your processing includes both carbon filters and vapor phase around it, which this project has. Plastic lined totes, and the repair and maintenance of the facilities. Next slide. With regards to the odor complaints, we looked at them. We understand any complaint is a problem, but we did want to look at that, and it seemed like the vast majority of them were sort of general transient complaints of it smells in Carpinteria, or I'm driving down and it smells. And there was about 4 that were in fixed locations. In the last 3.5 years, there's 4 that were from a fixed location around this property. And this is just them by year. But I found it interesting, 2020, 0 complaints. Whole year, 0 complaints on a year where everyone was home because they're quarantined from COVID. 0 complaints of this facility. And then I averaged out the days in between a complaint. So this isn't a daily thing. This isn't something where someone's calling and it's like, look, it still smells, still smells. And really, this is our only way of understanding what's happening, because how else is an operator supposed to understand if there's a problem? When they're working there, they don't see it as they don't see it. So they have to get it from the outside. Next slide. This is just a summary, project merits. I did also want to mention that Carp Growers has agreed to do a comprehensive region-wide air dispersion modeling, and they've identified 6 sites that they would have, or they wanted 6 sites to be able to volunteer, and this is one of the sites that has a weather station that's aiding in that air dispersion modeling for the whole region. I'm going to have Alex Van Wingerden come up and speak, and Tristan is also here and can answer questions. And I'm also here to answer questions. Well, I'll leave it to Alex. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Cooney and Planning Commissioners. Thank you for taking your time this morning to review our project. My name is Alex Van Wingerden. My dad, Case, and I own and operate Westland Floral Company that produces cut flowers, Gallop and Stribling orchids that specializes in Cymbidium and orchid varieties, and Alexander Ranch, which produces hydroponic lettuce and organic microgreens. I also own and operate Ceres Farm in partnership with Headwaters that produces cannabis. For us, cannabis has been one more agricultural crop in a succession of many crops that we have produced over time to make a living. It is a plant that produces flowers, that are sold to pay our bills and obligations. All crops have their inherent challenges, and unfortunately this crop has its as well. We produce our cannabis like any other crop. It involves paying attention to detail, making sure that the plant has what it needs to produce at a high level, taking care of the land we operate, maintaining a loyal, long-term, hardworking group of employees, and working together with our neighbors and community to coexist alongside each other in a positive environment. One of our challenges of growing cannabis is the nuisance odor that the plant produces in its later days of flowering. We knew this before we started to produce the crop and worked hard to find and develop working strategy to control and reduce the odors produced from our operation. We chose to utilize the FOGCO odor control system to combat the odor, which is different from other projects in Carpinteria. The system works and is managed with our environmental control system to be efficient and respond to the ever-changing weather patterns. We feel good about our efforts for odor control. We have a low count of complaints reported against our project over the last 5 years. My mother and father live on the 6030 Cedars Pass Road property that I grew up in, where Ceres Farm now operates. There are no real nuisance odors in their home and backyard. They have lived in their home for over 40 years. Their habits have not changed, nor their quality of life been negatively affected since we started producing cannabis. I live on the neighboring property located at 5940 Cedars Pass Road. My family and I love our home. We feel safe, and we do not have odor nuisances that disrupt our quality of life. This is a proof that our systems and our approach to odor control for our greenhouses is effective. I ask that you review our project objectively. We have satisfied all requirements mandated in the county cannabis ordinance. Our project is clean and well managed. We have executed an agreement with the Carpinteria Coalition for Responsible Cannabis, which requires us to use the best existing odor control technology available in a tiered odor response process to address nuisance odors produced on our farm. As part of our existing plan, we are going to install carbon filtration in the processing building. The processing building is where the odor is most concentrated, and we want to have improved control to combat the odors produced in the drying and processing component of our business. Another key success to our Ceres operation that I want to draw your attention to is our long and positive working relationships with our neighbors. Ever since we started producing cannabis, we have reached out to our neighbors and worked alongside them to make sure that they continue to farm their avocado orchards. All our neighbors that have wanted to spray their orchards for pests have been successful. We coordinate with them, their property managers, and applicators to make sure they can make their applications while not causing any negative impacts to our crops. We have had an open door policy for those who want to visit our farm. We have worked in a positive relationship with Mimi Maraker, one of the appellants, to address any concerns of hers and ensure that she is able to spray her orchards. In general, we have maintained good open communication with our neighbors and managed their concerns as they come up and been brought to our attention. I want to draw attention to an idea that we care about the environment, our neighbors, and community. We have always made every effort to support our local community in any way we can. Our project is well managed and is a model cannabis operation. We are committed to reducing the odors produced on our farm and to improving our odor control systems over time as technologies improve. I want to make an additional point. To us farmers, cannabis is another agricultural crop. We give it the same dedication and attention as all crops we grow because we are farmers. We care about the land we farm and the plants we grow. The cannabis crop has allowed us an opportunity to continue to farm in our greenhouses. The cut flower business has been very difficult and has years of negative returns. The foreign competition for cut flowers is unrelenting, and we simply cannot afford to stay in the flower business without diversification in different crops such as cannabis. The cannabis market is now a commodity that is heavily produced. It has its economic challenges, and we need to operate as efficiently as possible to remain viable. This means utilizing what we have in place to make our operations work. We have worked hard to make Ceres Farm a success and believe that our project is compliant with existing ordinances. I request the Planning Commission have confidence in me and our team to operate our farm at a high level as proposed in our application. Thank you for your time and consideration today. Gallery, Tristan, and myself are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Alex. I think we do have a question from Commissioner Bryden.
Thank you, Mr. Van Wingerden. And perhaps it's Ms. Macon that has to explain this, but you've talked about the OAP and how it provides for this four-tiered response. At what, I mean, do you consider now that you've already implemented that, considering you actually are using the greenhouses as proposed, right? Or do I have that
Yes,
misunderstood?
the greenhouses are producing cannabis.
Okay, and so that 4 level of response has been implemented. I mean, you do the assessment if there's an odor complaint. I guess my question is, we heard from members of the public that they were calling the county, that wasn't working well, that was even, concurred with by Ms. Macon. So how, have you had direct contact from neighbors? I'm really thinking of the Hahns.
No.
Okay,
Early on, she had emailed me a few times, but had nothing since then. And this was quite a few years ago.
okay.
Commissioner Bridley, just to add to that, once the project gets approved and final action is taken, that's when compliance comes into effect, and that's when all of these measures start to actually get implemented. Not by our choice, but that's just how the process is.
Well, so that's my very question. I mean,
so it will be a different model as soon as the project gets approved. The residences will have a better opportunity to call and make, so if they call the county right now, it's the project is still under review, but once it gets approved, now you're on the hook and you have to start addressing it.
I'm sorry, through the chair, I think this is important for everyone to understand, especially me. But right now, you haven't implemented that because the system isn't in place. So right now, if there's a neighboring owner or resident, they have an issue, they still have to call the county website and go through that process, which is imperfect. And so, everyone's asking us to assume that the implementation of this OAP, once it happens, will be a lot tighter, it'll be a little more direct. I mean, and yeah, we heard Mr. Van Wingerden talk about reaching out to neighbors regarding applications of herbicides for avocado crops, et cetera. So in that reaching out to the neighborhood, has it been like an open house day, or has it been on a one-on-one basis, or you're just waiting for them to contact you guys? Do you understand the difference?
Yes, Commissioner Bridley. There is a requirement to submit the contact information within a certain distance to everyone around the property.
Right. I'm talking about to date, up to today's hearings, because what we're hearing about is currently there are issues in the neighborhood, and so I'm just wondering what the applicant has done while you're going through the process. And if it hasn't been a lot in terms of neighborhood outreach, that's understandable. It's not required. I understand that.
Right.
So.
No, I appreciate the question. I think as Mr. Van Wingerden was trying to explain, he's had a very open door policy with their neighbors. They've been there a long time. They know all of them, and he can speak to it, but I believe they've been able to contact them.
Okay. That's, I think the only question. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions right now. Thank you, Ms. Macon. Does that conclude your presentation? Yes. Okay, we have ahead of us, just taking a little bit longer look, we have the opportunity for both parties to contribute additional testimony in the way of rebuttal. There has been a prediction that that would be short and about 5 minutes, so we want to do that. Then we go back to staff and ultimately to the commission. And looking at time now, it's 20 to noon. We can probably at least get it to the point where staff is going to discuss with the commission issues with respect to the project. So my inclination is to go up to noon, double check with everybody where we are, and we may take what I hope would be a reasonable lunch break for the benefit of everybody. So, Commissioner Park.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost in a haze here for today. And have we had public comment yet? Because I think we want to have public comment before we have rebuttal. So for me, in terms of knowing whether to take a noon break and how long and all that, I'd kind of like to know what degree of public comment we have.
Mr. Villalobos, can you help? How many public speakers do we have?
We have 3 online. If there's anyone who is present, I don't have any speaker slips currently. So if you intend to speak, just raise your hand.
Okay, so we're talking about listening now to the public speakers, and then we'll go forward with rebuttal.
How much time would you like for each speaker?
3.
Okay. All right, so we'll go to public comment. Our first speaker will be Anna Carrillo, to be followed by Peter DeGray.
Hello, good morning. I'm Anna Carrillo, and I would ask you to support the appeal and or add the same condition you did on the neighboring parcel, 5980 Casitas Pass, heard July 13th, about installing internal greenhouse odor scrubber filters as the means of primary odor control technology no later than 12 months from project approval. The operator of this facility also operates or will operate many other facilities in the Carpinteria Valley, and a new one of his under appeal is now proposing installing regenerative carbon scrubbers. Why that one and not others, especially this one that is causing issues at a sensitive receptor, a school? Kate School has a live-in population of nearly 300 students, 230 who live on campus, 70 teachers, including other staff employee, and a daycare center for 25 young children. It is not conscionable that the students, faculty, and young children have to live with odors that interfere with their learning ability and the use of their outdoor space. Though the distance is beyond 1,000 feet, the winds are carrying the cannabis odors to this school and the residents living on campus. I have a question about greenhouse number 3. Currently does not have any odor abatement. So even if odor abatement is added as proposed, the current odor abatement isn't preventing the odors from reaching Kate School or some of the immediate neighbors. In the last 7 Planning Commission meetings held for Carpinteria projects, regenerative carbon scrubbers have been approved. In most of the cases, the applicants themselves presented this new technology in their OAPs, while in 2, the Planning Commission added this requirement before granting approval. Remember, cannabis in Santa Barbara County was not afforded right to farm status, so even though the properties near this site and Kate School are zoned agriculture, and there is a park nearby across the street, cannabis odors need to be contained on the property and not be allowed to spread. Regenerative carbon scrubbers are now the best available control technology and must be insisted upon. The operation occurring here is probably the 3rd largest cannabis operation currently holding 33 state medicinal provisional licenses for cultivation, 1 for nursery operations, 1 for processing, and 1 for distribution. I have a question about the transportation plan. There is mention of providing a shuttle from parking lots within the city of Carpinteria. I don't think Carpinteria's public lots were designed for cannabis employees to leave their cars there all day, 7 days a week, from 6 a.m. to 5:30. This statement needs to be removed. I did speak to Joe Targle about this a week ago about a different project, and he said yes. And I also heard from Nick Bobroff, the Carpinteria city planner, and he said he had spoken to the county about making sure this statement was not included, but of course this project was approved a while ago. For your information, planning and development is still unable to provide any sort of enforcement of odor issues in residential areas, even after 3 years since the first fully permitted operation began their cannabis cultivation and processing. I filed a complaint last week, and Petra Leva went out and said she still couldn't do anything about the odors in the residential area of La Mirada, which is a whole different area than this. Please insist that Ceres Farm Cannabis Cultivation install regenerative carbon scrubbers inside their greenhouses to capture the malodors before escaping through the open vents. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Mr. DeGray.
And Mr. DeGray will be followed by Johnny Bliss Jacobson.
Good morning, Chairman Cooney, Honorable Planning Commission. My name is Peter DeGray, here today representing Carp Growers. That's an association of 9 distinguished member farms, all operating in pre-existing greenhouses in Carpinteria Valley on the Santa Barbara coast. Ceres Farms is not new. Cannabis as a commercial crop is no longer new. The Greenhouse Farm project before you complies with all the rules that are specific to cannabis. And these rules have been a great program mandating vast improvements and wholesale upgrades to Carpinteria's agricultural belt. And it's worth noting that Ceres as a property is remote and surrounded by avocados and ranch land. And additionally, Ceres as a member of Carp Growers goes above and beyond even the specific cannabis rules for compliance because they're party to the agreement with the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis, which sets forth local standards that are applied to ensure cannabis farming is compatible with the community. The agreement includes proactive advancement of odor control technology, which is ongoing, and monitoring of odors and meteorological conditions. You heard earlier of the 6 MET stations that are strategically placed across the valley to monitor conditions and to match those up with any odor incidents. And the tiered response system that they're in agreement with, as you saw, mandates progress should there be an identified issue with odor from a particular property. We believe it's important to look at this project series today as it is on August 31st, 2022, not to look at the overwhelming complaints of 2018 or 2019. Today, there is not a persistent odor issue in Carpinteria Valley. There's not general community suspicion or misunderstanding of who's farming cannabis in Carpinteria. Today, our farmers enjoy broad community support and are part of the greater agricultural community. Cannabis in Carpinteria Ag is like avocados and cut flowers. And to speak briefly about that, last week we had a really successful event with the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, a mixer at one of our member farms with about 100 people there touring. We didn't hear complaints of odor or respiratory issues or anything along those lines. It was a good time to have an educational moment to even further explain what cannabis farming is as a member of the local ag community. So with all due respect for Kate School, a greatly important and influential Carpinteria institution, we ask that you please deny this appeal. As neighbors, cannabis farmers and Kate School can and will continue to both successfully coexist. We're all interested in Carpinteria and maintaining the qualities and characteristics that make it unique and indeed make us all proud to farm here. And those qualities are great for farming, and also we think at the same time are great for attracting students to a venerable institution. So we thank you today for your consideration and for continued support of local agriculture in Santa Barbara County. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeGray.
Ms. Bliss Jacobson?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We do.
Okay. Hello, my name is Shawnee Bliss Jacobson. I live at 6217 Casitas Pass Road. Hello, Chairman Cooney and commissioners and staff members. Thank you for your time. I would also like to support the appeal and ask that you add the same conditions as have been added on neighboring greenhouse properties. I think it is imperative to have the regenerative carbon scrubbers inside the greenhouses before the odor leaves the greenhouse. I take issue with the previous speaker who just said that there's not a persistent odor in the Carpinteria Valley, which I find shocking. All you have to do is drive down Casitas Pass Road and have your windows open, actually not even have your windows open and smell it. I smell it daily on my property. It used to be an intermittent thing, but now since the greenhouses have gone in across the street, it is absolutely daily, most parts of the day. So I would ask, please, that you insist upon the carbon scrubbers inside the greenhouses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobson. Any other public speakers, Mr. Villalobos?
No, Ms. Bliss Jacobson was our last speaker.
Okay, great. Then let's turn to our applicant and our appellant for a few minutes, very few minutes of rebuttal. Mr. Targ, you can lead off.
Thank you very much. Jessica, I've got it.
Okay.
If we can put up slide 10, please. Of our presentation.
Yeah, my copy doesn't have numbers. Maybe staff knows which one it is.
There he goes. He's got it. Great. Thanks so much. I just wanted to point out that there we go. That we have a number of appellants here. This isn't simply a Cade issue. It's a east end of Carp Valley issue. We've heard other people, members of the public who live in the area, speak to that as well. These are real impacts to real people and their businesses, their finances, their quality of life. And again, I think also the social relationships that exist. I'd also like to point out that this isn't a remote issue, that the Hahns live about 200 feet away from the greenhouses. They can literally watch the mist coming off of the greenhouses. And Ms. Baraka and Dr. Brown lives just a kind of stone's throw away as well. This is a local, intensely felt kind of issue that people are experiencing. They aren't sensitive receptors, they're neighbors. The people are tired of complaining, and we've heard that. They're tired of complaining because they aren't seeing results from that. They complain, the odors are still there. And having a complaint-driven compliance system is really challenging. I worked for quite a number of years at US EPA, and I can tell you that the people who complain are the people who have an expectation of a high quality of environment and who expect that change will occur when they make the complaint. If you make a complaint a number of times and things don't change, you simply stop complaining, because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Same thing's true with a complaint line that doesn't result in modification. What I do want to point out is what's actually required by way of change and is defined within the OAP. And that's included on the slide that we have before us. And as the technology surrounding regenerative carbon scrubbers evolves and becomes commercially available, and should such technology prove effective in eliminating or substantially minimizing nuisance odors or escaping greenhouses, blah, 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 et cetera, the operator shall consult with a qualified odor expert to implement RCS throughout its operations with the long-term goal, it's not a commitment, it's a goal, of eliminating or simply reducing reliance on the vapor phase technology. That's the commitment that is included within the OAP. I'd also like to posit that we know what the best industry standard is. We have 7 facilities that have included it or have been required to include it. Another is on its way. 3 more are actually having it implemented and in operation at this point in time. So we know what it is. We know that people are doing it. And we can see that it's effective. If we have a certain group of people who are doing it and are doing the right thing, and a group that are not, we're going to create an incentive. We're going to create a cost incentive for people, growers, not to implement regenerative carbon scrubbers, simply a race to the bottom. And we've seen that in the implementation of the environmental laws. And that's why consistency, as is here, is important. We know what the industry standard is. We know that people are being adversely affected. We've heard that. We know that there are issues with reliance on complaint lines. I think that if one were to ask, what is the nature of the relationships among some of the growers and some of the neighbors, including the appellant here, I think that it would not be heard to be a strong and good one with an expectation of change. They've been subject to impacts at personal, welfare, economic, and business for quite some time. And we have an opportunity to do something by requiring regenerative carbon scrubbers or simply denying the permit. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Targ. Ms. Macon, do you have rebuttal?
Actually, I don't. So we're here for questions.
Okay, well,
thank you.
I would like to ask, make sure we all have questions. The question is, should we ask them or wait? And now's the time, right, for questions of the applicants. However, I don't see questions burning right now. I appreciate that you've left open the possibility of not requiring rebuttal. You did an excellent job of presenting your client's case, so we'll take that under consideration. We're going to take a lunch break. I'll ask the commission how long they need, and we'll finish the project early in the afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we do it in 45 minutes? Do we need an hour, commissioners?
My experience, when I first joined the commission and Dan Blau was chair, that he would give us 35, 40, 45 minutes, and I would walk over to the grocery with Commissioner Farini and order up a meal, and just after I took a bite, he would say, it's time to go back. And so I would rather have an hour or no time, meaning let's take a 5-minute potty break and jump into it all if we need to rush and get it done, or let's take an hour. But I don't like it in between. That's me.
Commissioner Briley, you have
I could do
a
that.
preference?
I could go now.
My concern with now is not my own, but our staff. They are entitled to a break. They've been terrific in supporting us, particularly this morning. We've extended out to the audiovisual staff in the building. So I think we should be realistic. If you would prefer to have an hour, we'll take an hour and everybody can get some refreshment. So it's just now noon straight up. We'll start at 1 p.m. Thank you all.
All right.
Welcome back from the break. This is the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 31st of August, and we're on item number 1. We believe we have received comments from both the applicant and the appellants to conclude their testimony, have listened to all available public comment, and it's now time for the commissioners and staff to consider what we've heard. Mr. Singer, do you have any comments for the commission?
Chair Cooney, thank you. I do have a couple of comments to clarify from the public comments as well as the appellant and applicant's presentations.
We're not hearing you, Ben, but we'll work on that just a minute.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I think I can go ahead and clarify a couple of the items that Ben was going to speak to. So the first item that we wanted to address is just the odor abatement plan. So as part of the odor abatement plan, the vapor phase system includes constituents that were reviewed by the Air Pollution Control District, and they ensured that none of the constituents within that system and that concoction include any toxic air contaminants. So and they have cleared the use of that system. The second item that we wanted to clarify was in regards to the STDMP. There have been comments about the shuttle stops that are provided or referred to in the STDMP, and essentially what staff has reviewed is that those shuttle stops are associated with public transportation route stops, and the STDMP does not go into any detail about public or private parking locations, as that is not something that we are looking to enforce. All of those parking lots have their own rules, laws, and regulations that would be enforced by the jurisdictions in which they're in, or if it's private, by a private property owner. And that is everything I have.
Okay. With respect to the constituents, this question has come up before, and I haven't raised it, but it is true that airborne particles can affect people differently. Would you not agree?
Mr. Chair, I would agree. I think that allergies can certainly play into effect. The APCD reviews the chemical constituents within the system for toxic air contaminants regulated by the state and the federal government.
Yeah, we have a number of greenhouses. It seems like a couple of years ago that we reviewed that had the Bayer system neutralizing the cannabis odors when they were coming out of the greenhouse, and we found from subsequent cases and other testimony that nonetheless it certainly caused difficulty for certain people who had sensitivities. So while it's some comfort to say that APCD has looked at the constituents and they're not outright poisonous for the general population, it may still not answer the question of whether we can permit those. But I think the implication you're saying is you need to have APCD's approval, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's everything we need to worry about. Okay. Any questions of staff? Commissioner Park.
Yes, I went over 3 or 4 points with Mr. Dargell right when we rode for lunch. And I could kind of handle this 2 ways. I could ask him a few questions right now, or I could state what I have to state in deliberations, and he might pipe up and say, well, I think you're a little bit off there, or maybe you didn't quite get that. And I don't really know what's the best way. Do you have a preference, Commissioner Cooney?
No, I don't. This is distinct from deliberations. We're not doing that. So if you have the questions in mind, go ahead and ask.
So of course I'm going to be a lawyer and do both. But I think I'll ask you a few questions just to see that we're on the right track about a few things. Is there a policy in the ag element or the LUDC or Article 2 or something here that, like just about everywhere else in the county, requires a buffer between development and agriculture on a case-by-case basis?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, so the Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance does include an agricultural buffer for development, but my understanding of that is that it is not ag to ag. That is for other uses outside of ag to ag. So if you were to have a residential development proposal that were to be proposed adjacent to an agricultural parcel, the buffer would be applied to the residential development, but not the same for an agricultural proposal next to an agricultural parcel.
I've kind of heard that answer before, and I don't necessarily disagree with it. I'm just from my background of 45 years of practicing law, and you look at the words first before you look at, what the lore of the department is behind them. And when I see development is development. I know in Beal Flat Rock this came up because, we're looking at a buffer between the agriculture and the project that was there. And are you buffering the project from agriculture or agriculture from the project? Oftentimes we're using a buffer to, in a sense, ensure the right to farm, that somebody with a new housing development won't complain about overspray from the agriculture. So it's a tricky thing. This project is one where in most of these cannabis projects we often hear that it's just a crop replacement. And I think kind of philosophically that's about right. But I know the definition of development can be pretty broad in our code. And it can include, you put in a bathroom, you add a processing, you do something. Is this development, even though it's really essentially a crop replacement?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, this is development, and the proposed project, although it is a change in crop, it is the request for a new use within the use tables, which is cannabis cultivation. So it is development under Article 2.
Okay, one last thing, and I think you understand me on this. I'm not sure anybody else does, but I'm going to speak about it more later. I keep hearing the term regenerative carbon scrubbers, and then we see RCS and all that. And it's frankly beginning to annoy me because I think you can have carbon scrubbers that aren't regenerative. And when our code refers to carbon scrubbers, is it only referring to regenerative carbon scrubbers?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, our code references to carbon scrubbing technology is broad, and RCSS technology, as it's been dubbed by the industry, is part of that. And I do not have the technical background to know the exact differences and what makes certain carbon scrubbing technology regenerative. That's something I think we would probably ask the applicant team if they have a technical expert to respond to that.
Well, I'm going to fake it and address it when it comes to deliberations a little bit more. And the condition of approval that was used for, I don't know what they call it, the sister project, the adjacent project, my recollection is it didn't refer to regenerative carbon scrubbers per se. Am I correct in at least remembering that?
Mr. Chair, one second. We have the condition language up on our monitor, and I'd like to bring that up so everyone can see. I believe it does include the words regenerative carbon scrubbing technology, but we can confirm that for you in just a second.
I thought it had kind of an either-or type of language or a slash or something, but we can address that in deliberations. Yeah, I don't want to hold things up while we look at that.
Chair Cooney, Commissioner Park.
Let's wait on that. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, please, Mr. Wilson.
So the condition that was applied on the prior project does say the applicant commits to utilizing internal greenhouse odor scrubbers, filters such as the regenerative carbon scrubbing system, RCSS, or equivalent internal greenhouse scrubbers / filters.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That helps, thank you. Other questions?
I'll reserve anything for
Yeah.
deliberations.
Commissioner Bradley.
I do have a couple of questions that aren't that specific, but of the cases that we've approved in the Carpinteria Valley, do we know how many of them have finished the licensing procedure and are actually operating under an existing OAP that we've approved? They've gone through appeals, they've gotten their business license. Who's out there that's operating under all these standards that everyone's asking us to rely upon with today's decision? Does that make sense?
Commissioner Bradley and Mr. Chair, that is not something I can answer right on the spot, but I've reached out to my colleague Petra Leva to see if she can give us some background, and as soon as I get that information, I can pass that along. So we can follow up on that.
Okay, thank you. I probably should have given you the heads up before you broke. And secondly, in talking about this kind of in a broad way with Mr. Wilson yesterday, he mentioned that there might be a forthcoming compliance consultant that's going to be helping P&D with tracking the conditions that are included in these cannabis permits, odor abatement in specific. So could you expand on that? I'm not sure if it's a Mr. Wilson thing or if it's a...
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, just provide a little bit of background or context. If we go back in time, 3 years or so, on the first Carpinteria project or so, there was a condition that this commission agreed to that we added, which required the applicants to subject themselves to odor monitoring by a professional consultant that's retained by the county. It has taken us a little while, I'll own that, to get that process implemented. At the same time, we've also have now permitted several of these operations in the interim periods. So currently, we have just completed a request for a proposal process and are in the process of finalizing the selection process of a professional consulting firm to work on behalf of the county. That consulting firm, we're in the middle of drafting the contract and finalizing those agreements with them, and that is anticipated to go to the board hopefully in early November. And so part of their charge is going to be simply twofold. The first is to evaluate these odor abatement plans on implementation to ensure that what they're proposing is actually working or as they've indicated in their OAPs, to monitor those odor abatement systems through the onset, and then also, maybe I should say threefold. So then the third prong would be to assist the county in responding to complaints. So again, those three prongs are evaluate on implementation or initial setup, monitor it on a quarterly basis, and then three, support the county on responding to complaints and identifying those odor issues. And so we're looking at early November to get that contract finalized and bringing them on board.
Interesting, and I almost bet that might coincide with some of the permits actually getting operational, you know, if they were in the last stages of permit clearance and business license stuff. So, okay, those were two focus questions before deliberations.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Commissioner Bradley. Mr. Wilson, just to follow up on that while we have it fresh, what happens to a project like the present one when we make a decision today and becomes final because it's not appealed, or it is appealed and becomes final because it goes to the board, and you add then this kind of a process because of your request for proposal. It's accepted by the board. Now they've got this three-step process, which sounds good the first time we hear it. How can we backdate it so that it applies to projects that have already been approved?
Chair Cooney and Commissioners, my understanding is from that very first project till now, we've been adding that condition to those projects that we've already approved, that they'd be subjected to this monitoring and also accept the cost of whatever that is. So I don't think there's a need to backdate it because we've been consistent in making sure that condition of approval has been applied to all the projects that have had odor abatement systems required. We've already sent letters out to all of those projects that we've permitted that have odor abatement systems saying this is coming and is upcoming. So we will be contacting you in the near future to start setting up that process of evaluating your odor abatement system, monitoring it, and then also advising them of the repercussions of the complaints that we get, that we'll bring our specialists on board to do that. So the assurances and what we've been messaging also for years is we really want these projects permitted to put them into the compliance program. So then that way we have the tools necessary on the enforcement side to enforce the condition and the ordinance. And now we'll have a consultant on board that has the expertise to help us evaluate these systems.
Okay, well, as has been mentioned throughout this hearing, the commission has approved some projects, some number of projects with the condition that carbon scrubbers be a part of the project, and a time is given within which the applicants can install these, but that's the expectation that that's the best available technology. So I'm trying to put that together with the process within the department where there's actual monitoring and the county starts assuming more of the burden of controlling the odors than it is just receiving complaints about them. Can you respond to that?
So Chair Cooney and Commissioners, again, I think we're getting to the point now that it's enabling the department to take that compliance or enforcement actions because we have the permits with the conditions of approval. So that's really the tool that we've been asking for years is we need the permits because then that's our ability to enforce it. With the consultants on board, then it becomes in our ability then on the ground to identify what is the actual best available technology because we have our consultants out there evaluating it, monitoring it, and deciding site-specific, is this working or is it not working? And what is the technology that is available at that moment to either improve it or not? So that's really, we're at that cusp of moving into those compliance standards to what we're doing. And that's where our consultants will be advising us and the operators on how to either evaluate their systems, evolve their systems, or make changes to whatever that best available technology is.
Thank you. Other commissioner questions? Commissioner Martinez?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, and following up and just to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, so right now the way the code exists, the carbon scrubbers, I'll just call them, regenerative or not, there's no set number that's supposed to be on there. The way that at least the implementation of this of the county getting involved in the program we're talking about, the county hiring somebody, they come on board, they make sure it's implemented because we already have that in the permit. There's opportunity there one way or the other, either adding more carbon scrubbers or reducing the amount of carbon scrubbers. It gives that discretion to the county then.
Chair Cooney and Commissioners, that's correct. It gives us the ability to actually evaluate on site what is the range of the best options for that site. And just like these odor abatement systems, for like the one, for example, today, they have a three-tiered option. And they're saying, hey, option 3 could be doing carbon scrubbers. They'll have their consultants, but then we have a county retained consultant to verify what they're saying is actually accurate or not. And we'll test it and monitor it to ensure that, hey, it's working. Maybe in 2 years from now, there's a different technology out there. But it gives the county now, the department, the flexibility on administering whatever that best available technology is because now we have our consultants on board. And so as far as today, the way the ordinance is, there's a range of options. Vapor phase to carbon scrubbers, and then the ordinance requires them to have their hygienist sign off on it. And that's where the ordinance stops. But then where we pick it up is on the compliance side. Okay, you have your hygienist sign off on it, but ground truthing it is our responsibility to verify that it's actually working the way that you've proposed it to work.
Commissioner Freeney, anything at this point? Okay. Then I think we're prepared to enter into the deliberation stage. I know we've thought a lot about that, not only recently with other projects, but today. So who wants to start off?
Mr. Chair, if I could, I do have an update in regards to Commissioner Bradley's question.
Sure.
We have confirmed that there are 8 permitted operators, permitted and licensed in the carpentry area. Of those, only 6 are currently growing. Two are not growing for one reason or another. It looks like one has RCSS installed, and they're getting their odor abatement plan updated to remove vapor phase system altogether. Yeah, I think that's basically the update.
Which project is that, Mr. Dario?
That is Roadside Blooms.
Okay. Thank you. You know, I forgot something that Commissioner Farini asked me a couple of hours ago in the darkness of our breakdown. Commissioner Farini remembered a ex parte communication, and it would still be part of the record today if you're willing to go forward.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Cooney. On May 12th, I did 5 site visits down here trying to reduce my traffic burden on the highways. And so I did kind of lost this in my notes here, but I visited Sirius on May 12th, and Eric Edwards, Norm Allender, and Gilleray Macon led the tour. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It makes us much more secure that you've made those disclosures. Okay. Do we have a commissioner start out? You want to pass for the moment?
Do you want to go first, or one of us go first? What do you prefer? It's your district.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from the rest of the commissioners.
Okay. Should I go ahead? Okay, all right. There's a lot of really interesting things about this project, and I want to start with trying to accomplish something that I think is important. I want everybody who comes to the Planning Commission to think that they were listened to and properly heard, and that the good points and the bad points of their case are brought up and recognized. The first thing I want to approach then is the quality of this project. In the Cresco case, you might remember, there was a pretty poor-looking greenhouse there. I guess it's still there. And what they were going to do was build a new greenhouse that was going to be metal framed and be state-of-the-art. And really, Mr. Van Wingerden already has that greenhouse, I think. I mean, you've got probably the best greenhouse in Carpinteria. There might be somebody else in your broad family that wants to argue that, but I think you've got a really nice greenhouse. And you're not going to have leakage there or things like that. It's a great facility. And I'm not even touching on the water recovery, which is a complicated thing, but really important. I look at the people. I've gotten to know different operators in the cannabis industry over the years, and some on one end of the spectrum. I thought, you should have stuck with accounting or whatever else you were doing before you got into trying to be a farmer. And then there's other folks that are just at the top. And I think if I had a greenhouse and thought, we're going to get past this price bump that's such a difficult thing right now for the industry. The person I would call to operate it for me would be Tristan Strauss. I mean, I just really think he's a very solid person who always is very straight up when he speaks with me, is in command of the facts, command of things, and is very honest. And one thing that I'm glad that Ms. Macon presented on today was the standard operating procedures. I'm a personal believer that the technology of odor abatement is something we spend a lot of time talking about. I think it's equaled in importance, let's say, with the standard operating procedures. And that has to do with things like when you shut your doors. It has to do with when you vent. It has to do with loading your product in a sealed environment, all those things. And people that aren't really good farmers don't even understand that stuff, but it's important. And that, as an aside, we kind of look at all these projects as though they're legal questions. At the end of the day, I want the people in carpentry to think we're doing the best we can to allow an industry to flourish that I think preserves agriculture there, but protects them as well as possible. And we kind of do need to talk about standard operating procedures and types of scrubbers. We need to kind of get into the nitty-gritty instead of just dealing with legal questions. On the other side, and also on the applicant side, I think it's worth recognizing that this particular operating team really was at the forefront of negotiating the agreement with the coalition that was such a landmark in achieving something for everyone, and that should be recognized. But our planning commission, we can't abdicate our own roles just because that agreement's there. We have to do what we do. On the other side, I want to recognize that we don't have a neighborhood of tract houses that's coming up and saying we're right next door and here's a problem, but we have a farm that's right next door. We have we have really two farms. Ms. Moracher is probably, if you were trying to identify the most prominent person in the Carpinteria Valley for their generosity and just taking a responsible role. I don't know who else you would name. The Hahn Delarmy farm. I remember when I lived down there, I'd drive by it and look at that house every day. Dr. Hahn probably doesn't remember me, but I used to race J-24 sailboats against him 30 years ago. And Ms. Delarmy maybe doesn't remember me, but I went to kindergarten with her through 12th grade. And so you should. These folks have a great deal of credibility. And I think I'm actually proud that Ms. Delarmy has really achieved something special with the roses. And I think we have to consider that. That's why I brought up the ag element policy, that wherever it is in the development code, we have language there about development being buffered from agriculture. We have agriculture on the Hahn Delarmy parcel. It is buffered already. It's just, is it enough? How is it buffered already? It's buffered by the greenhouse, a really good greenhouse. It's buffered by the existing vapor phase technology, but is it enough? And I think we've had credible testimony from the property owners. They're still having problems. When we get into the nitty-gritty of how odor occurs in the Carpenter Valley, it's worth talking about that. I've often said, hey, if you live down there and you're experiencing odor, I don't always smell it when I drive through. Call me up, I'll come down. And nobody ever does. And so I spent a few hours over at CW Organics. That was the first project we approved with carbon scrubbers. And actually looking at their scrubbers, taking one apart and talking to people how they did things. And what I understand is that, you get a buildup of humidity inside a greenhouse, especially at night, you got to release that humidity. It's not just temperature, it's humidity, because if you have too much humidity, you'll cause mildew on the plants and do things that aren't healthy for them. And you start emitting that a little bit after midnight, but then there's a pretty big chunk of it goes out around 6 in the morning. So I don't expect people to call me at like 4 or 5 in the morning and say I'm having an odor issue. You know, maybe if they get up later and then it travels with the wind, they notice it another time. But that's kind of when it's happening, and that's why it's not a completely consistent thing. And so what's the best way to deal with it? Scrubbers do add something there. They help out. And I think we have to protect the other agriculture by requiring the best thing we can here. That is scrubbers. Regenerative carbon scrubbers. I often hear from cannabis industry that they're kind of speculative right now, whether they really work and are worth the money. And that's an honest statement, because a regenerative one, as I understand it, will have a carbon filter that stays there, and then you use light and other things to kind of clean it out and hope that that works. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. The traditional old carbon scrubbers have been around for decades. They have a canister. You pull out the canister, you throw away the material, you put some more in, and that can work. So carbon scrubbers work. Regenerative ones, they may or may not. I think that the opponents of the cannabis industry who keep referring to regenerative carbon scrubbers are doing themselves a disservice, because they're using too narrow a definition, and they're allowing other people to say they don't necessarily work, or they're speculative. So what comes down to it is, this is a good project. It's as good as it can be. I'm not going to disapprove it, but I want to approve it with a condition that, just like the other project, it have the scrubbers. I'm aware that that's at a real economic cost at a time that the economy is terrible for the cannabis industry. It's been required of other growers. I think it should be required here as well. Now I want to launch off on one other thing that just, I hope somebody else can help me how to deal with this someday, but it relates to the cannabis industry. One thing I like about the cannabis industry is it provides really good jobs. I was at a charitable event about a month ago up in Arroyo Grande, and it was a different branch of the Van Wingerden family. It was Renee and Ivar, and it was Ocean Breeze. You know, it still flowers. It was interesting. Renee came out and spoke about the brothers moving to America. And then he kind of broke down and cried a little bit. He says, but what they really owed it all to was, and these are his words, the Mexican immigrants that provided the labor and provide labor. And I think about that. We're providing some very good jobs for people in this industry. I mean, regular hours, benefits, a path to promotion, some things that are pretty hard to have in agriculture, but they're there in cannabis. But then the folks that are the employees, they commute from Santa Paula or further, and they don't have places to live in Santa Barbara County. I think in every one of these projects, we should have housing required or at least maintained on site. I think the workers would appreciate it. I think their employers would appreciate it. I think people in the cannabis industry all like that idea. The problem is we have a lot of confusing policies that interfere with that. And we have maybe some people in the neighborhoods that don't want it. And it's kind of amazes me, we can easily add an ADU or a junior ADU to just about every single housing unit in Santa Barbara County. But you go through the process to add agricultural housing for these projects, it's nearly impossible. And in fact, what happens, because they need to bring everything up to code, project after project comes in and says, well, as part of the project, we're going to knock down this old farmhouse. We're going to take out these mobile homes and so forth. We need to reverse this. We need to approve these projects and do it in a way that provides housing to people. I think that if we don't do that, it really is systemic racism. It's an example of it, and we need to fix that. Sorry for the rant, but I got to keep bringing it up because I want to have somebody come to me and tell me how we can fix it. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Park.
I'll go next if possible.
Commissioner Martinez, you have the floor.
Thank you. I know I'm on record last time we were here that I was the first one to say that I wouldn't want to live in an area where I would have that smell. And it's something that I've experienced, and I think we've all probably experienced it driving through some part of this county and just had that sense of, is that what I think it is? And the answer would be yes. And so I've entered this position with that, and I'll call it a stigma. And that's what this industry has. It has that stigma of that odor. And just like any crop, though, I've come to the conclusion of is that crops have different smells. I mean, we just heard about roses, for instance. I grew up around lemon groves and orange groves, and it always had that. And this was actually this project was actually my first physical site visit that I actually did, and I was glad I did it. I found this project to be just a class situation. I went into the nursery, I saw what was working, I saw people working, which I always love to see, and actually made even more of an intentional effort of trying to discover how this process worked. Where would the odor most be prevalent? And I was even presented here is when at the tail end is when that you're going to have that situation in the process situation. And that's my understanding is that I had the opportunity to understand where the existing carbon filters are actually at in that situation. Coupled now with my understanding of these projects are going, if they're approved, there's still another hill out there to overcome, which is the oncoming program of the county coming on and saying, and I like the term, the ground truth. Let's see really on the ground, with the boots on the ground, if what your hygienist has signed off on is really working, which opens up the situation to those who are surrounded by this situation who still have some complaints or even more complaints, that it be addressed. So it's not over even if this project gets approved as it is. I appreciate the fact that the efforts have been made through the Air Pollution Control Board to assure that there's no toxins in the vapor situation. And when I heard that from the comments today, that was the first thing that came to mind, and that question has been answered in the negative that indeed that doesn't exist, and which is great to me to hear. And it doesn't discount what people say. I mean, it's their neighborhood, it's where people live, but it's also where the applicant lives. I mean, they're in this area, their family's been in this area, and so it's some time of cohesiveness, which I'm sure that's going to take some effort to still come about. But I actually can appreciate by tracking down, because it's always coming down to people saying, this is where the odor is coming down from, but nobody has really come out and say this project is exactly where the odor came from. And it's something that I said in the last meeting we had regarding an issue like this, is tracking down where that odor comes from. Is it this project? Is it another project? Is it guilt by association? Probably is in that situation. But that's why I'm looking forward to seeing how, when the county plan becomes implemented through approved projects, that we find the ground truth. And I can appreciate that the cost of actually complying with filters and the efforts that are being exercised to even address the odor, because it does exist. Maybe in smaller elements from the beginning, and it grows as the plant grows, and that was explained to me. But even the efforts of addressing the wind situation, I'm looking at my notes here, the wind, the temperature. So when I visited, I purposely went there first thing in the morning. I didn't go to the site. I drove around, went to the McDonald's down there, hung out there, went down by Kate's school, so that I can just have an independent experience of what a morning sound is like, and then went there in the later part of the morning and had the visit. And I'm impressed by the people who are involved in this project. I'm impressed by how the project exists and the efforts made to do it. I'm actually in favor of the way that the project is being presented, with the provisions that there are still going to be compliances that are going to have to be met, and that any complaints, be it through the program that's going to be implemented or through the self-implemented program that I've heard about, that they're not going to be ignored. And that's my biggest concern, that if they're going to be heard, they have to be addressed. And that's what I'm understanding is going to happen. In regards to housing, I agree, Commissioner Park. I agree that that's a very good idea. But just from a personal point of view, I know that those H2A programs, they get killed all the time, and it's sad, but there's just so many things behind it, and I'm all for those H2A programs, but it's unfortunate. But you have my support in the future if it ever comes about. I'll give you that. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. Commissioner Bradley?
I just pinged. Yeah, okay. And the chair has control, so yes, thank you, Chair Cooney. All very good points, and I actually concur with almost every one of them made, actually all of them made. So here's my take on this, and it's why I asked these questions of the applicants, HM Ms. Macon, and also of staff. I think, I only got on the commission in 2019 before the wave of appeals hit us, and I've seen the commission struggle over the last couple of years with how to demand the highest performance and the best conditions in these cases to address comments like what we heard today from the neighbors of this case. And then I go back to, well, what the ordinance requires in the findings, and I agree that how staff did that was all well done. And I also want to remind us that the OAP already does call for installation of carbon scrubbers if and when it's determined that they are needed. It's been in there the whole time. It's something that we talked about at the last hearing, but I had to leave before we finished the vote. So it's already in there, and now that I've heard that some of these cases are starting to happen, and the best news today was what Mr. Wilson just shared, because, with a tip and a nod to Commissioner Blau, he kept on saying, look, our recommendation was always as long as the odors don't leave the property line, and the thing we kept on hearing from staff, it's really hard to determine where the smells are coming from, which is why, as sympathetic as I am with what the appellants have said today, and I don't doubt a single thing that they've said, the dilemma that I think the county has is it's really hard to tell where it's coming from. My experience on the site visit and multiple times I've gone past the property since that time, I actually don't smell cannabis in that area. That doesn't mean that the Hahns or the other appellants don't, it's just that it's really hard for me to launch forward and require carbon scrubbers when A, I haven't really experienced it, and 2, the OAP, as approved, already requires it. And 3, we're going to have an excellent ground truthing permit compliance function, by the time this is probably under operation. So all that said, I am probably not in favor of adding the condition that requires carbon scrubbers now, or, as however it was phrased for the other case, within a certain time of project approval, because I believe that the case as it sits now is actually well thought out, and everything else that Commissioner Park said about the applicant and everything on the site, I think I concur with. So, again, the OAP calls for it. It's already embedded in there. We just need to have our system work the way everybody hoped it would work, with a independent verification of odor control, assessment, abatement by the county. And now that we know that's coming down the pike in a couple of months, I feel much better about supporting this as submitted. So that's my comments.
Thank you. Are you done? Oh, just slow light turn off there. Commissioner Farini.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. I too agree with my fellow commissioners. Very well said, all of you. and I support that wholeheartedly. I am going to repeat a little bit. If we go back in history, when this commission was working with staff on forming the regulations under which we're judging everything today, the ordinance, if you will, that was the simplest and most logical thought was from Commissioner Blau, and I supported that, was you keep your smell on your property and we won't have a problem. We can eliminate a lot of stuff. That didn't work for the board, but to the good side of that, they have allowed P&D and this commission to move forward with comments heard from the public over all of these hearings and appeals that we've had to bring us the OAP that we have. And finally, Mr. Wilson, thank you. You're bringing us that enforcement branch. So, you know, what we say is, and what Mr. Wilson and the rest of staff has repeated to us is, we can't do anything unless they get a permit, okay? And so the permit is getting the calf in the chute so we can take care of it, okay? And that's what's happening here. Careful what you all ask for. You're now going to be in the compliance path. The best thing to do is to let the OAP work now that we have professionals coming in and we can finally get to the source of these smells and get those operations in compliance. There again, very most excellent testimony today by the appellant and the people that live close by. This might sound a little rough, but it sounds to me like most of those dwellings, those urban dwellings, are on farm property that's zoned for ag, and we all know that ag has smells. That doesn't excuse the smells coming out of the cannabis industry because they are under a stricter paradigm. So I think we need a little more patience. It's easy for me to say because I don't live there in that smell path. But I think we're going to get there. And I have the utmost confidence in this department, planning and development. Everyone that's working here is going to work on behalf of both applicant and appellant. The point has been made, and we will move forward, and we will get the best controls possible in place. So I would like to see the AOP be allowed to work through, and let's get this compliance part of it going, and I think things will evolve.
Thank you, Commissioner Freeney. Comparatively brief in your remarks as you are. You get the point across very well. So I care deeply about the county and its citizens, no matter where they live, but especially in the First District, and especially in this portion of the First District where so many wonderful people have chosen to live in and amongst the existing agricultural pursuits, which are everywhere. I remember well the flower growing days when greenhouses popped up and our biggest problems were blackout curtains or a little bit of the fertilizer leaking into the water system, and we thought those were significant. But compared to the outcry over the cannabis industry and the drive to get involved in it, whether or not one follows the rules, has overwhelmed the community. And we've just heard from a few people today directly involved with the project before us, but over the years, there have been many, many commenters. We received letters from some. We heard from Ana Carrillo, who's steadfastly pointed out particular issues in each application that we paid attention to and should. These are people who care not only about themselves, but their community, and to their credit, they are helping this process be moved along toward what we hope is a better day. I want to just indicate that based not only on the recent contact with Case and Alex Van Wingerden, but the history of working with their family and them, I don't think we could ask for better cannabis farmers in terms of the people they are. They care, as Alex told us, and I support, they care about the environment, they care about their neighbors, they care about Kate's school and the appellants specifically, and they really do. It saddens them to see that they're in this position where they're doing what they believe is the right thing, and it still brings legitimate objections on the basis of odor and beyond odor, problems associated with what medical experts say is related to the FOGCO masking process. But as I hear the comments of my fellow commissioners, they're all leading in the same place. If we had an effective enforcement system, if we had the ability to say, your greenhouse is producing an odor 3,500 feet away at Kate's school, and you're not going to be able to continue doing that 1 day, 2 days at all. That is so inviting. I think we all on the commission would say, thankfully, it looks like it's more than just a wish. It looks like it could really happen. But Mr. Wilson's careful, and he said November, it might all be on board. That means, what, 2 more months at the very least of the status quo, and maybe longer before it all gets set up, and what part the public complaint system that we heard about today plays in that new world of enforcement, we can only speculate. But I empathize with people who suffer day after day, not every day, but again and again, suffer the odors and the impacts of living with a side effect of the cannabis industry. I think those people absolutely need to have the county behind them and finding where the source is and proceeding to enforce it. But I'm afraid, I worry because I've seen for 3 years now, we accepted one project that said they had the odor solution and it didn't happen. We started moving into more sophisticated systems, not just neutralizing the odors coming out of the greenhouse, but actually attacking them within the greenhouse, and we all love that. And it's the carbon scrubber systems vary. Some are in nurseries, some aren't, on the basis that nurseries don't produce the kinds of odors, but it's been all over the lot. And we are getting to and have gotten to a point where we ourselves, the Planning Commission, has stepped in and said, we think at a minimum, 12 months down the line, we want to see the carbon scrubbers installed. And the way the condition reads now, which is not specific to one type of scrubber, but opens the door to the possibility that both the number, the location, and the chemical makeup of the scrubbers should be a condition in this project. As much as I care about these operators, I don't want to say to the operators that we've insisted on this condition be a part of their projects that because of factors that we're hopeful to receive, that we're going to have the county stepping in where I hoped they would be years ago, we're not going to add this condition to this applicant. So I would be willing to approve this project and move it along subject to the same condition that we applied and the staff, I believe, has prepared for this hearing. If a majority supports that view, we could get the specific language from Mr. Dargill. You're able to put that up for us. And I certainly think the 12-month period would allow not only time to get the right, correct, best working scrubbers in place, but maybe to substitute something else. Maybe it's less scrubbers in the packing house. Maybe it's more. Maybe the nursery doesn't need it, but other plants do. These are things that could be worked out in that 12-month period. But I think the condition needs to be in there so we can say to the next applicant, as well as those that do have the condition, that we're treating everyone fairly. So we've heard all of these. We can discuss it further before we vote, but I think we're ready for a vote.
Chair Cooney, could we get that condition language in a place where we can read it somewhere? Because that's not in the packet now, right?
We don't have the condition that we attached to the next door project, do we?
Mr. Chair, correct. The condition language that was approved as part of the previous project was not included in the package for today. If I have pulled it up on the monitor, and we can, I believe it's showing right now.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry. I think I left the last hearing before this was worked out, so I'm uninformed.
If it's hard to read, I'm happy to read it out for the commission.
Could you do that?
Could you do that?
That would
Yeah.
be helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Is that what's up on the TV there?
Yes, what's up on the TV, I'll go ahead and read through that now. Odor abatement plan revision. Prior to issuance of the coastal development permit, the applicant shall submit an updated odor abatement plan that incorporates the following language. Given the research and development state of ventilated greenhouse scrubbers, the applicant commits to utilizing internal greenhouse odor scrubbers/filters, such as the regenerative carbon scrubbing system or equivalent internal greenhouse scrubbers filters, as the means of primary odor control technology no later than 12 months from project approval. Consequently, upon installation and testing of the internal scrubber filtration system, the facility operator shall also reduce or eliminate the use of vapor phase neutralizing systems to the maximum extent feasible, based upon the ability to prevent fugitive odors from reaching residentially zoned receptors. The deployment of the RCSS odor control technology or equivalent internal scrubbing system would require the grid-like distribution of the scrubbers throughout the interior of the cultivation greenhouse. The specific number of scrubbers will be determined by a professional engineer or certified industrial hygienist, consistent with Article 2, Section 35-144U. Additionally, the ratio of scrubbers per acre will be highly variable based on facility-specific design parameters, including greenhouse volume, CFM rating for the scrubbers, baseline odor concentration, etc. Therefore, the project-specific design details will be based on final site-specific engineering. It goes on to include plan requirements and timing and then monitoring. So P&D shall approve the updated odor abatement plan prior to issuance of the CDP, and P&D compliance staff will inspect the project site to confirm the odor control system is constructed pursuant to the requirements of this condition and the updated odor abatement plan for the life of the permit.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bridley.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. So I think I followed all that. The clause about within 12 months from approval of the project, does that mean 12 months from presumably today's action, or if on appeal, the board's action? But then it's also tied to prior to issuance of the CDP. So I'm a little bit confused about that timeline for the applicant.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Bradley, when approval is referenced, that would be final approval. So if there is an appeal, then the approval would be stayed. And so the final approval would be after the appeal period is complete.
Chair Cooney and Commissioner Bradley, I think, can you hear me? Oh, now you can hear me.
Yes.
There's 12 months of installation. That's 12 months after the final approval. But then when you get into the plan requirements and timing, it's required to update the odor abatement plan to include this as part of the odor abatement plan. So there's two things that have to happen. They have to revise the odor abatement plan to incorporate it, because now it'll be part of the odor abatement plan. And then 12 months after final approval, they have to install it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Park?
Yes, I wanted to make 3 points. One, I hear from many of my fellow commissioners that it's something we all agree on, and I agree to, is that it's very hard to attribute odor in a given neighborhood to any particular project. But I want to remind folks that you had testimony today, particularly from Ms. Delarmy and her husband, Mr. Hahn, but also from Ms. Moracher, that odor that they're objecting to is not just cannabis odor, but as much as that is the odor and the impacts on their health that come from the FOGCO system. And that is very specific to where they are and very specific to this project. So that's a little different than this idea that cannabis odor is pervasive throughout the valley, and how can we tell which project it comes from. Here, they have a particular complaint that's unique to them and unique to this project, and we should at least recognize that. When we come to the existing proposed OAP and which in large part is backed up by the agreement with the coalition, that's something that we've seen in every project so far where we've touched on scrubbers. Maybe not so much the CW one, because that was the first one where scrubbers came up. And we always made the decision to go to the scrubbers. Frankly, I have more faith in the condition that we approved in the last project that was right in front of you than I do in the language of the OAP and the coalition agreement. I don't like it when one takes a confrontation or potential confrontation and just kicks the can down the road. I think that what will happen if we don't have this condition, then you'll have a debate, a disagreement, a strong disagreement down the road, whether it's a year, 2 years, 3 years, and you'll have some people saying, we've got health problems, we have smells or things we don't like, and you'll have the applicant saying, well, there really haven't been that many complaints, and you're not in a sensitive receptor neighborhood, and really these scrubbers are unnecessary. And it'll be an argument, are they necessary? Have there been enough complaints? And if we don't include this condition now, we're just kicking that can down the road and subjecting both sides to a debate that will occur in the future, a confrontation, an argument, possibly a lawsuit. And since it's never really happened yet, we don't even have a process for how that'll be addressed. I sure hope it's not addressed here, but it may be. That's why I like the sure thing of having that condition. One of my favorite sayings is Ralph Waldo Emerson, that a little inconsistency is the hobgoblin of small minds. I always quote that when I change my mind, which is all the time. But really, I have a hard time explaining to the public how we can take a condition that we approved of a project right next door by the same people, many of the same people, just a month ago, and we're going to reject it for today. I don't want to be the person that get asked why the Planning Commission changed its mind so radically, so quickly. I support this project, except I won't support it if it doesn't have that condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Freeney?
Thank you, Chair Cooney. When I spoke earlier, I asked that we look at letting the process work. But after reading the language that is proposed for another project, I think it fits well with this, and it does bring consistency. And I think it shows everybody that there is a more even hand in how we're looking at the projects. The other thing, I think it was last week, I was at a meeting with the district attorney and the sheriff's office, and it had to do with rural crime and how it's spiked so heavily. And how do we fix the problem? And both the sheriff and the DA both said, you can't stop reporting. Even though you get frustrated and it doesn't seem like anything's happening, you know, at the end of the year when they look at statistics and how to assign resources to a particular problem or area, they need the reporting. So it's going to be a year, but I think the word to the community and those that feel they're affected, if it's by this project or another project, you've got to keep reporting it and don't give up. Otherwise, how do we know where the problem is coming from? And once we get the resources in place to track down the problems, that's how things will begin to get repaired or fixed or improved. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Freeney. Commissioner Martinez?
I appreciate what my fellow commissioners have just said, and Commissioner Parker is correct. I mean, this is something that I personally was approving of. And, well, I guess this is my Catholic school education, is we're human, and we make errors. And one of the things that I'm always, as a lawyer, which I always find myself regretting, is when you draft something really quick on the spot. And you just was taking a step back. You know it's there. You know you got to take a look at it. And I'm taking a look at this, and it seems like it's a static resolution. In other words, we have within the LUC that, and within these permits, the ability for the county to have a professional person come in and address and enforce these and address these complaints and provide for the efficiency of how to address them site-specific. That's something I like, and that's something I can hear. But I feel like by adopting this, we have made it a static decision of saying this is what's going to happen, and this is what you're going to do, because it's just going to be across the board. And I regret putting myself in that position, but I might as well do my mea culpa in public since I voted for it in public in the first place. And I'm not comfortable with it. I do like the project the way it is, and I would actually deny the appeal, and just want to let that know. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Martinez, all the commissioners have thought this through a great deal, not for the first time today, but enhanced by our experiences in other projects. And I think we're ready to vote. Turn over to staff. We know this, we're going to see other projects soon, in fact, and we'll have this same issue to deal with. I appreciate that Mr. Dargill and staff had available those conditions so we can add them to the project in this case. And I'll make the motion that staff has recommended on page 12 of its presentation of today. So I just run through this because there are a couple of details that are mentioned. The first is to acknowledge that Appeal 21 APL 00065 has been withdrawn and no action is needed on that appeal. In this case, we would deny the appeal of the additional appeals, 21 APL 64, 66, and 67, subject to the insertion of the condition regarding the installation of carbon scrubbers using the language that we used in the prior project next door. We would make the findings for approval of the project as specified in attachment A to the staff report, including the CEQA findings, determine that the previously certified PEIR programmatic environmental impact report is adequate and no subsequent environmental review is required, and grant de novo approval of the project, case number 19 CDP 15, subject to the conditions included in attachment B and the one that I propose to add with my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion.
Mr. Chair. Pardon me.
Council.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I apologize for the interruption. Recognizing that this is language that the commission has seen before, could I just request a 5-minute break to meet with staff to discuss a couple questions I have on the language?
Of course.
Thank you.
We are back on the record. The Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 31st of August, 2022, and we took a brief break at the request of council. Anything you need to advise the commission about, council?
Chair Cooney, no. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with staff. I think that staff could confirm that they don't have any further recommended changes to the language. Thank you.
Okay. Not seeing any indication of further reason to delay the vote, we will ask our, we can discuss it further. No. Okay. No. Okay. Everybody's ready for the vote. Go ahead, please, Mr. Villalobos.
Commissioner Bridley,
No.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
No.
Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, that's all the business we have. It was a lot, and I appreciate all the contributions from the people involved, as well as the interested public, and certainly the staff and commission. Our next meeting is on the 7th, a week from today, and that meeting will be a South County meeting as well. Thank you.